Welcome to ProductCamp. First day today. If anybody's here in Cyprus for the first time, welcome to Cyprus. The weather could be a bit better, of course, but nevertheless, I hope you enjoy your stay. So this is our first track, hosted by my company, Social Discovery Group. My name is Tony Jacobs, so I'll be moderating the entire event today, and we have 4 wonderful speakers for you, which prepared presentations. Of course, we'll be happy to learn from those. So I'll talk a little bit about my company before we begin. Social Discovery Group is a global technology company. We focus on solving problems of loneliness and isolation, and we develop products that resolve those problems, basically. So we have over 250 million users as we speak for all the products combined. And we have over 40 brands, over 700 employees, and largely our company consists of digital nomads. So we don't have a fixed location. We work from all over the world. Naturally, I'm personally here for networking. We have a lot of interesting vacancies associated with new products as well that we're developing right now. So anybody who wants to network a little later, please come by. Feel free, don't be shy to talk about further networking. So we have 3 directions in our company. First of all, it's a lab. Basically, the lab is where we develop new products based on new principles of communication. We focus on developing products based on video technologies, AI technologies, as well as games. For example, one of the products that we have, which is my product, happens to be, is called Magnet. And just to give you an idea of what that is and how it works, Magnet is an application that allows you to communicate with someone before you actually see their real face. It is kind of like a dating social networking application where basically you see other users only by their avatar. And what we want to solve with this is basically to make sure people communicate together before they understand how they look like. So the whole focus is on personality first, and if somebody clicks, they open up their photographs and hopefully continue communicating after. Another product that I'd like to mention is Journey. This is a completely new human-AI relationship app where you develop a friendship or anything else communicating with our artificial intelligence. Our artificial intelligence is actually able to empathize with you, support you in any of your problems. It's able to listen, to remember things about you, and of course, it's also able to express its own emotions. So it's a very interesting project that we have in the lab right now, and it's definitely worth checking it out. It's called Journey, if you ever want to check it out. So what's important for us is also, as a company, to find new products in our sphere, social discovery, that perhaps would be interesting for us to invest in. So I'm also here for this. If anybody ever has come up with an idea that is relevant to social discovery, we're very open-minded about investing into products like this. We can definitely book a meeting, and maybe you can do a little pitch for us. Without further ado, let's move on to our first speaker. Our first speaker is Andrew Mende. He's the product manager for Booking.com for machine learning. And Andrew today will discuss with us how to manage a machine learning team as a PM. Please give it up a round of applause for Andrew.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, that's right. I'm Andrew Mende. I work currently with the machine learning team at Booking.com. And the first question I want to address is, where is Natalia? Unfortunately, my co-author couldn't make it in person, so I'll have to present our joint work alone. Sorry for that. Really miss her because she has by far more experience with ML than I do. And actually, the idea of this talk, it started when I realized that one advice given me during an event like this by Natalia led to boosting productivity of my team twice. There's just not too many experience about managing machine learning products in the world. So it's pretty scarce, and we realized how little actually do we as product managers know about how to do this right, and how to do this effectively. I said, by day I am a product manager in Booking.com, but by night I'm also trying with some colleagues to transform how product managers work. I'll dare to spend a couple of minutes to talk about this because I think it's an important topic. Because right now I'm going to tickle your curiosity a little bit. I'm going to tell you something. But this is not how we learn. And I really envy how developers work. Like they take some inputs and they write a program and they can test if the output is correct, right? They learn by doing something. While we as product managers still learn by just listening to other product managers talking about blah, blah, how did they succeed. I'm trying to create some materials where product managers can learn through doing, through achieving some tasks, like your colleagues learn from you when you do something together. And yeah, this is a small side project. Today I'll talk a little bit about how this ML thing is fitting into career path of project manager because I think it's pretty exciting. Then I'll talk a little bit about how the product itself is different from the usual product, traditional products, because I see a lot of difference. And yeah, I will talk a lot about how the approaches we usually use for feature development doesn't work for ML development. I will talk about how the backlog is different and how the prioritization framework I had to adapt it to actually manage effectively some improvements of ML. And maybe some technicalities, because as a product manager for ML team, you have to understand a little bit more. Yeah, there's a debate going for ages about should the product manager understand the development process or not, or they should only focus on the customers. I think that in order to effectively manage a machine learning team, you really have to understand some things about how machine learning works and how the models work. And in the end, I'll try to present you with a survival guide if you are just starting to work with an ML team. Yeah, what are the things which will help you the most and which probably I learned the hard way during my first months as a product manager for an ML team. A little disclaimer, both authors of this talk have more experience with how to enhance usual e-commerce products with ML. So we work with ranking, search relevance, recommendation systems, not things like, I don't know, filters for photos, video, computer vision, and so on. But I think for the most of the audience here, these topics will be also very relevant. We also both work for really big companies with a lot of data. So please keep in mind that the cases we are presenting are mostly relevant for if you have really a lot of data. And we both happy to work in companies with data-driven cultures. So here, data is the king, and you are free to experiment while you can show your impact on the metrics. There's a little of vision, a little of nobody can tell you anything if you have good experiments. So we are pretty free in choosing our ways. This is how your traditional path looks like, right? You can grow from core PM to senior PM, then you have to choose if you want to manage other PMs or become a really impactful individual contributor and become a principal PM. And actually, when I started on this path, I thought that, yeah, it's all paved out. I know which frameworks. There was a lot of materials like what do you need to learn in order to progress on this path. It's pretty obvious. So basically, I had my pension in sight. I knew how it will progress. And I'm really happy that at some point, I had this chance to take a side turn and become a product manager for ML, because what excites me about this topic is that it's uncharted territory, I believe, for product managers. There is little experience. There is no known frameworks. If you address a traditional product management task, yeah, okay, go take this framework. This is the recipe. You don't follow the recipe, stupid you probably fail. In ML, still there are no known recipes. So I think this is exciting, and we as a community right now learn a lot about how to manage those products, how they behave. And I'll address now some of things which don't work as you expect when you are trying to use ML to add value to your product. I'll start with talking about the product itself, how the delivery of value to the customer is different when you start engaging with ML. First, and what was very much unobvious to me, is that we don't really understand how the ML works. You think that, yeah, you just use a tool to solve a task, right? And there are ways to use this tool. While, in fact, if you read a lot of papers, like if you read a really good paper about ChatGPT or about computer vision, you will most probably read something like, how did you come up with your architecture? Well, we tried a lot of things, and this architecture, for some reason we don't really understand, turns to work well for this problem. And this is everywhere. Take recommendations, take search relevancy. There are some architectures which are known to work for some of the topics, but it's not that we understand why this particular architecture of neural network works for this problem. So don't expect it to be a paved way. It's a lot of trial and errors, and it's, yeah, a little bit, I would say, random, a lot of uncertainty in how you can actually apply machine learning effectively. And I think this is a fundamental thing which really changes how we work. So it's not like you develop a feature and you get the value from it, or you at least understand how it works. No, here, when you start your journey, you don't really know what could work. Is this problem at all solvable by machine learning? And of course, experience of others and the papers big companies publish help a lot to learn what works for somebody. Second thing, which is a consequence of this, is that even if you find a solution which works for your problem, very often you cannot explain how it works, and this is a bit problematic, right? If you have a product which offers something to your customer, and that customer asks, okay, why this? And you have no clue, no idea. Actually, I was very surprised to understand that we need a special statistical methods to try to a little bit understand like which features are important, which impact do they have on the model. But this is like trying to study a black box, and you still cannot be certain like how the connections work. So you can never completely explain this product to your colleagues or to your customers. And yeah, this is of course a little bit problematic. One thing I learned really hard way is that you should always start with a benchmark solution, because of course ML is right now a topic where you have this bias, like, oh, we're using ML, this is progressive, we're good. Other guys use ML, and we want to be part of it. But in fact, there are a lot of places where ML doesn't bring value. And while this technique, this tool, is very expensive, it creates a lot of overhead. I will talk about this in the technical section. You shouldn't be using it where it doesn't bring value. So right now we have a very hard rule on my team. We always start with a benchmark. We first create the simple solution, and then we always compare ourselves to this simple solution. And this solution should be really good. This should be a really viable alternative. As a bonus, you always will have fallback for your fragile machine learning model on which you can rely in case something goes wrong, which also helps you to increase the velocity of development. So always think like, what would you use if there would be no ML? And only if your model can overcome this benchmark, then probably you should proceed developing it. In at least half cases, you will never beat, for example, popularity if you're working on recommendations. It is really not pleasant. Yeah. It is not really good for the team morale, but I believe this is the way the product should be developed, to be honest with yourself and with your impact on metrics. As I said, we don't really understand why some solution works and some don't. So expect this to be an art more than a technology. This was very surprising for me. I'm used to working in STEM with developers who think that, okay, we need to think hard, we can engineer, and we can engineer anything. Model architecture is an art, and there is no way around it. So when you start, think about time boxing the efforts, because there could be very realistically an option that this problem you're addressing cannot be solved effectively with the data you have, with the resources you have, with the machine learning. So start by, for example, time boxing your efforts and saying, okay, we're ready to spend 4 weeks trying to find a solution. In case we don't, we drop this and we go to other ways, because it is very exciting. You can get carried away while developing something and not notice that actually you're just wasting resources of your team. A very practical problem I address every day. Relevant for the previous slide. Your team says, okay, we took the same data, exactly the same data set, and we just changed a little bit the model architecture and the parameters, the hyperparameters. And now, for example, now your recommendations work much better. The conversion is up. Now, good luck. You need to write to your customers and to your colleagues what changed. Your release notes, please. And what can I say? I can statistically see, okay, we are recommending a little bit more of this than of that. Why? I have no idea. And I find myself in this situation very, very often. And this is, I think, a very big problem. And especially it is problematic when it gets to legislation. Because if you are working for a big company, for a big use case, then you will be asked by competitive authorities, like, how does this work? How did you train it? What data did it use? And you cannot say, yeah, we don't know, it's a black box, it works somehow, we don't touch it. You don't have this chance. So you will have to study your own work like it is a black box and try to come up with an explanation why it does things. And I would say that in my team, maybe 20% of resources goes into trying to understand what we did after we did it. And yeah, I kind of accepted it because it's important to have explainability for this kind of work. And of course, this is, I think that the governmental authorities are pretty right in trying to now scrutinize into how companies do things, because if you have, for example, biases in your data which you train on, then the ML will just amplify them and set them in stone, and then in your training data, they will come again. So right now, if you're working with a big use case, most probably you will get those requests and you will have to answer like, how do you fight biases? Do you measure them? Yeah, there are certain things which you should never, like in certain circumstances, you should never, for example, show to your model, like what is the sex of the candidate which you are trying to put in the interview, or what is the country of origin. So never show to your model data which you are not ready to use for the use case you are trying to address. But besides the problem with the product itself, I face a lot of problems while managing technical backlog, because I'm used to more feature development, of course, lean approaches, we work with MVPs, this was always like that. But when we started working with ML, I realized that of all these equation, which is very much familiar to any product manager, the confidence is the one thing which I'm paying most attention to. And there is actually no good way to estimate the impact, but the confidence probably plays much greater role in my prioritization right now. But besides confidence, the effort right now is much more volatile than I'm used to. Because if you work with experienced engineers, usually you expect them to be able to more or less predict how long it will take, or can you develop this? In case of ML, there is a lot of volatility. It can be like 8 weeks instead of 2. And in order to manage this, you have to use different approaches. So just impact effort doesn't work. You have to really time box it, you have to manage the risks, you have to be ready to switch hypotheses. For example, if you see that in this time period, we don't see any results. And data scientists won't be pleased with it. But you have to insist, because otherwise the prioritization won't work at all. You will be spending time on something which doesn't work and won't work even if you spend 10 weeks on it. The maxim I derive from myself is that I used to play chess, right? You need to sit, hard think, and then you can, okay, I'll do this move, this move, this move, and the customers will do this. And then you have more or less a decision tree. In case of ML, it's much more of a poker. You really have to think about a lot of probabilities, and what you actually need to do instead of prioritization, you have to manage risks. Because risks are much higher than what you can realistically predict. And another problem with prioritization is that right now the value chain became much longer, because if you develop a feature, the feature has direct relation to the customer experience, and this is easy, well, not easy, but at least this is one-step thing. When you're working with ML, this is much more steps. I just took 3. Yeah, you improve the performance of model. Maybe this will improve the experience for the customer, and maybe this will lead to more purchases. But actually, it's much longer. It could be much longer. Like, you improve the data a little bit, maybe then the predictions will improve, maybe then the customer experience will improve, maybe we will get more purchases. In each of the steps, the chain could be broken. For example, I have tons of examples where we give better recommendations, people click on them more, but this doesn't link to more purchases. And also, you improve the accuracy of the model, for example. It does improve offline, but it doesn't give better recommendation. So be aware of this problematic and very long value chain.
And things which really annoys me, because when I started as a product manager like 10 years ago, I was really annoyed by long development chains. And as a community, as the whole tech world, somehow we could overcome it. So now it's okay. For example, if we, in the start of the sprint, we come up with the idea, in 2 weeks we could have something in production. Now I feel like I am back in my student years again, because I have an idea, but then it takes a couple of months before we can have something in production, because you have the data collection, you have the feature engineering, you have the training phase, you have the productization phase. So we're back to this game of very long cycles. And well, I was lucky. I had some experience with long cycles before, so I had to just come back to those techniques which we used back then. But be aware that if you use the techniques which you usually use in a very fast Hadi cycle, they won't work, because there is nothing happening really, really fast in the ML world. Some things about the technology which I think the PM has to keep in mind. First, there is the eternal battle of online and offline, because when you start doing something, usually you start offline, right? You collect the data, and your data scientist starts predicting something and measuring themselves. While doing this, they usually do a lot of transformation. They enrich the data with some external sources. They process the features, and then they say, okay, yes, I have my model. It predicts something, and the accuracy is pretty good. But then what you need to do in case it's not an offline model, is in case it's a model which needs to present something to the customer in the real world, in online, then somebody has to do the same steps online, processing the same data, pulling the same external information, and coding it most probably in other programming language. Yeah, typical data scientists write in Python. Typical backend engineers which implement this thing in production write in Java. What is the probability that they do the same job? I'll tell you, I have measured this. This is 0. Like, never from the first time we could get the same features in production as we had in training environment. But this is something to really think about, maybe even before you start. Because while you're in the offline phase, usually people get carried away and they do whatever transformation they want, not thinking about how they will live in the online world. Second technical thing is regarding the feature drift. Drift might be fun if you are street racing, but in case of the ML, it is really not fun. It means that you train the model and you say, okay, that's a win, success. We put it in our backlog and we go to something next. But over time, something happens. For example, a novel coronavirus, which changes the distribution of all your features in production, right? People start looking at different dates. They start planning not in advance. They become really risk aware when planning their trips. Everything changed. There was no feature which stayed the same during coronavirus. How was the performance of the model? It was terrible. It was awful. Actually, during the corona, some of the models we replaced just with a handwritten heuristic, and it was a positive change for the customers. Because the models trained on data before the corona, they just produced garbage in the corona times because they didn't see this. So this is something you also have to think about, like, is your model operating in the same world which it was trained? Because sometimes the model can handle situations which it haven't never seen during training, but this is not given, it's a matter of luck. And I don't think you want to rely on luck while developing your products. There is also something different about the team you will be working with if you are working with machine learning. Because we have long books written about how to work with developers, right? We know how to nurture them, how to make them comfortable, how to use this ambition to make them work for us. But now we have a different breed. It's a data scientist. And I found working with them actually pretty challenging. One big thing is that probably they're eager to talk with you much more about the context of the product. To do their work, they need to understand what the customer care about, which features can actually work. So this is a good thing. And also they're data-driven by design, of course, they're data scientists. So this thing is much more pleasant. But on the downside, you have that they cannot do anything really, really quickly. They require some time. They cannot really realistically predict how much time it will take them to do something. And they require a lot of infrastructure. They require the cloud to train, to transform the data. And also, actually, they require some supporting roles. You need a data engineer, most probably, to supply the data because data scientists don't know how to transform effectively large amounts of data. And you need an ML engineer because after your data scientists produce something, you have to also put it into production. And this is a totally different art, and you need a special breed of backend developer to make this happen. And these support roles are right now actually much more scarce than the data scientists themselves. So if you are trying to build a machine learning team, I would say start with data engineer or the person who will actually put this thing in production, because it is much harder to find than the data scientist who will train the model. So to sum up my learnings so far with machine learning, I want to emphasize the following. So first, don't use just blindly the traditional approaches. They most probably won't work because the nature of the work is different. The way the value is connected is different. And so you need to be open to use different approaches to how you manage backlog, how do you manage the delivery cycles, and all aspects of the teamwork. Always start with what is the best alternative you could use. What would you use if you don't have access to machine learning? And keep measuring yourselves against this, because otherwise you would be spending resources, and then somebody will come, measure it against the benchmark, and yeah, there will be a lot of shame. It happened to me. Some of the models were taken down because they could be replaced like with 5 lines of backend code. Embrace the uncertainty. I think this is really exciting. Yes, some people are uncomfortable with that, but for me it's really exciting that I'm no longer in this world where everything is thought through and you just need to apply the frameworks and yeah, do the discovery, do the feature development, measure metrics. Now we are again in this wild west of product management. We don't know what happens. There's a lot of uncertainty. But for some people, this is really the place they want to be. And in case you feel the same, then probably your place is somewhere near the ML team. Mine the data. As Andrew Ng says, the machine learning model is data plus code. And everybody is concentrating really hard on the code, but the data is much less obvious. For example, if a company which is a bit smaller than yours has brilliant data scientists, they cannot potentially arrive to the same result or to the same quality of recommendations because they just don't have the data. And so the data in this case, I would say, is the king, and the code is the queen. So think data first. And accept the overhead. ML solutions are very, very expensive in terms of maintenance. So you cannot just put it in production like a feature and say, okay, it works, I got over it, I am doing something else. Every ML model you start, you need to feed, you need to breed, you need to clean, you need to take it to the doctor when it's sick. So factor this in, and actually for me right now, to put a new model in production is a big headache. I will refuse to do that. If they offer me to split like a use case into models, like for example, a model for customers with history and without history, I would say no, because I cannot afford maintaining 2 models. I would rather have a little bit less results, but with 1 model. That's it. If you like how this material is put, then think about joining our community where we try to learn the same things but hands-on. I hope I managed to tickle your curiosity. So maybe we should solve some practical tasks together. And
thank you, Andrew. Now, guys, we have 5 minutes for questions. Anybody has a question?
Hi. Wow. Hello. My name is Sergey. I would like to ask 2 questions. First, about the confidence, this formula, effort, confidence, impact. What is the measure unit, the scale, from 0 to 1, or maybe it could be more than 1? And the second, is it applicable Agile Scrum when do you use sprints in your work? Because it's hard to realize how it works. I think waterfall could be more applicable at work. So these 2 questions.
Yep. Thanks for the great question. So first, we use the confidence as 0 to 1, and we have actually a table, a scale which we use like, if we only know this from customer interviews, this is 0.2. If we have another model which succeeded, it's 0.8, right? So I find this pretty useful. And second question, we do use sprints, but this is the place where I think they don't really work, and I could spend another 30 minutes talking about this, because first, my team tends to break down by craft. The backend engineers work in a separate stream than data scientists, and this is very annoying that the team doesn't really come together. And second, the long delivery cycles. There's nothing I can realistically deliver in one sprint, and this is the core idea of Scrum. So I really have to, and I had to go back to the roots and apply some of the techniques from the waterfall to make it happen, at least for the new cases.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions, guys? Okay. Thank you. There you go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Andrew, for your presentation. Just one practical case. Let's imagine you are responsible for, I don't know, ML data science department in the company. Maybe this company is not so tech savvy, but they're trying to use ML. And I don't know, super duper business development manager or, God forbid, CEO come to you and ask, you know, Andrew, I see you spent a lot of our budget, months of time, but I can't see the results. What's the beep? So you can't answer him, just accept overheads, or oh man, ML is different. Don't worry, and embrace uncertainty. Yes. So what would be your answer to in that case?
Actually, it's a very hard question, which I do have, because, for example, if usual team, my colleagues, usually they bring like 10, 20, 30 significant improvements per year. My team sometimes brings under 10, which is really hard because they are measured against each other. So this is a really hard question. I would say you should, I spend a lot of time saying that, no, there is a value. If we have a breakthrough, it's a big one. But you have to have this trust, because I don't know any team which can deliver ML improvements at the same pace. But on my side, what I do with my team, we have an OKR, which is based alone on the hypothesis we try. And I'm pushing them really hard to just try more things. And by this, I'm delivering a little bit more improvements per year, and I keep my job.
Any more questions, guys? One last question from the audience. Maybe we can take an online question after, if we have any.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. My name is Oleg, and the question is the following. Do you often meet the deadlines that you give with your approach? And do you give any ETAs to management at all?
So we don't use deadlines in planning ML work. We use measurements like this. So for example, we commit to trying 30 new things per quarter. And we're trying to meet that. I'm explaining that this is the way to go, because if we see that something doesn't work, then we drop it and we can use totally different approach. And to the end of the quarter, of course, we will be trying like small features, praying that it will work, because it's very fast to do. But I think it's a good approach. So I don't think that the deadlines for specific tasks or specific hypotheses are actually applicable, but you really need to indirectly measure the velocity and really have to press the team to meet the targets on the velocity, because otherwise the team will get buried in single use case without any value brought.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have an online question, or should we move on? We have an audience question. Okay, last audience question, and then we move on to the next presentation.
Hi, my name is Igor. I'm AI Solutions Product Manager at Rike. And today, anyone told about progress in large language models like ChatGPT and GPT-4. So what is your strategy, and what is your security kind of answer on using this in production? Do you use them? Will you use them?
So I don't think we currently use the GPT, but we use some of the models which process in text. So we do use them a lot for quite some time. But I know that, for example, my colleagues, when they're given an option to do a hackathon, they try to applying it in a lot of places. And I think it's pretty, it will definitely find its use cases, but I don't think it's a big revolution, because right now it's it has limitations. So it can produce some very human-like text, which is great, but you cannot trust the precision of it. So we are thinking about developing a solution which would be domain-specific, trained on specific things, but then delivering much more reliable answers in this specific domain.
Thank you.
Everybody, please give it up for Andrew Mende. Thank you, Andrew. And now let's move on to our next presentation, next speaker. So the next speaker is Evgeny Guryanov from Vice President of Product in InDrive. And Evgeny will be giving us some information about how to organize the chaos for a manager in our lives, giving us some frameworks and a structure to work with. Evgeny, without further ado, please.
Hello. Can you give me the presentation? Can you give me the presentation? Sorry? Wait a second, please.
Just a small technical issue. Just a second, guys. Okay.
Hello. My name is Evgeny Guryanov and Vice President of Products in InDrive. Today I will tell you about the structure for solving 99% of issues. But before we dive into the essence of my presentation, I want to tell you a little bit about myself and about InDrive company. I have been working in product management for more than 10 years, and on this slide you can see the logos of the companies I worked for. I have been working as CPO and VP of product for the last 5 years. InDrive is one of the most popular ride-hailing apps in the world. InDrive takes the second place among ride-hailing services in terms of the monthly installs in Play Market and App Store. Today, InDrive is available in more than 700 cities in 47 countries. So let's go to the presentation. How did the idea of this presentation come into my head? Why do I think that this presentation is so important for every manager? I even say more. I believe that this presentation is important for everybody in this room. You face different problems, different situations during your work from day to day. And there are often situations when you don't know how to start to solve different problems. It's really hard to understand what is the basics, what is the support for thinking about something. And I will provide one example to you of such a situation. We'll use this example in the future part of the presentation. Let's imagine that InDrive's revenue fell by 15% compared to the previous months. And the Chief Executive Officer comes to you and asks you to research this problem and to create a plan of the actions. My presentation consists of 3 parts. The first part, more theoretical, is about the tools, techniques, principles, and so on. In the second, more practical part, we will explore how to use these tools. We will reinvent different frameworks, we will solve different problems, and so on. And at the end of the presentation, I will summarize all my thoughts on one slide. Let's start with tools and techniques. The first principle I called zoom in, zoom out. They say you should be able to see the forest and the trees. You need to be able to navigate between the big picture, like the whole forest, whole planet, and the decomposition of the picture into the parts, like 3 or 5 trees, the forest edge, the river, and so on. I think you understand the navigation principle of this presentation. I hope you remember this example, and we'll use our tool to break the problem into the parts, into the questions. So, what happens with the whole market? Did all competitors drop in revenue by some percentage? Or there are several verticals, there are several products
in our company. And we should ask the following question, like, did all products in our company drop in revenue or only one? Sorry, timeline principle. The flow of the time is so familiar to us. We'll use as is to be approach in our presentations. We'll see the historical data, we use the flows of the events of the users, and we all understand past, present, and future tenses. And for example, when we design customer journey maps, we think about the interaction between the system and the user in time. So, how can we use this this approach for our problem solving? We should think about the past. For example, did we have the same revenue drops in the past? For example, maybe it is seasonality. Maybe we have the same revenue drop during the previous period of the month. And let's think about the timeline as a number of actions of user over the time. So we should analyze the conversions of the users in the funnel. When we think about the future, we keep in mind some image, the image of the time horizon. But it is a restriction of our brain. And to avoid this restriction, to avoid the data paralysis, to avoid to stuck in situation, I recommend to think about the near future and about the far one. It is about the tactics and strategy. In our situation, tactics is the number of actions to achieve short-term goals. It can be to monitor the market, to understand the trends, identify something, to understand proxy metrics, and so on. And as for the strategy, on the contrary, we think about the short-term plan. It is about to create a monitoring system, alerting system, the system of leading metrics, and so on. Every system is located inside the other systems. We can think about the internal system and their property. We can think about the external system and about the interaction and influence. If you have communicational, psychological, behavioral questions, the internal system is you, and the external system is a community. In our situation, the internal system, it is our company, with employees, with problems inside, and the external system can be competitors. Competitors can launch bonus programs for drivers, competitors can start loyalty program for passengers, for example. Every situation, every initiative has pros and cons. It's not only about the advantages, disadvantages, pluses and minuses, it's also about impact and costs required to achieve this impact. You can create the list of the pros and cons to evaluate it, and it can help you to understand the return on investment, ROI, of your initiatives. When you think about different pros and cons of some initiatives, they all have different sizes. To avoid data paralysis and to train your brain to prioritize different parts of the system, I think you can use the abstract gradations or abstract sizings. You can use numbers from 1 to 5, you can use t-shirt sizing, and so on. I will not waste our time for this usage of the principles. I think it's obvious for you. 2W, 5W2H analysis. It helps you to better understand the situation. This framework based on 7 key questions. What is the problem? It is about the detailed description of the problem. Where is the problem happened? Country, location, and so on. When did the problem happen? When did it start? How long did it last? Who is suffering because of it? Who caused the problem, of course? Why is it a problem for us? Why is it urgent? Why is it important to solve it, of course? And how can we solve it? How much it will cost to solve it for us? Maybe something about the revenue. And the last approach is matrices. In mathematics, matrix is a table of values and expressions arranged in rows and columns. As axis, you can use all tools I have described earlier. For example, here horizontally I used inside-outside tool, and vertically I used pros and cons tool. How do you think? What is the name of the framework we have just invented? Any ideas? Shout out an answer. Yeah, it's SWOT analysis. Strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, threats. Let's go to explore more usage of these tools. Let's reinvent another existing framework. I will get one tool, sizing, and another tool, pros and cons. We can mix it, and what do we get? How do you think? Actually, we get I-scoring, but without C letter. Without confidence. As far as I remember, during the previous ProductCamp, I told that, in my presentation, of course, I told that confidence is unnecessary for this framework. Yeah, it's my opinion. And another one, we try to reinvent another framework. The tool number one is timeline in terms of the urgency, and the tool number two, sizing in terms of the importance. We can combine it into the matrix. And how do you think? What do we get? Yes, more rare framework, actually. Eisenhower matrix. So, you can invent different frameworks. You can create new ones or existing ones. And now let's imagine that you're a product manager in the InDrive company and you would like to launch the loyalty program feature in the InDrive. Now you need to understand what is the metrics you should measure during this experiment. Use the first approach, zoom in, zoom out tool. Okay, at the level of the whole company, at the level of the forest, we should think about the high-level metrics, like gross merchandise volume, revenue, number of rides. Then go deeper. At the level of countries, we can break these metrics by countries. Go deeper, we can think about the product metrics and the metrics of this certain feature. I mean loyalty program. It is the usage of this feature, retention, LTV, the number of active users of the loyalty program, and so on. Thinking about timeline, we can think about cohort analysis in time, or about the addictive effect. And pros and cons framework makes us think about control metrics and metrics of fraud. If the promo code is a part of loyalty program, of course, some passengers can generate, recreate accounts, try to find additional promo codes in the internet, and the profit of the company will drop. You should measure this metric. The next example is about entering to a new market, to a new country. Using the timeline principle, we start with the past. Okay, what happens in the past? Is this country similar to the previous ones? Are the competitors similar to the previous competitors in the different old markets? As for the present, we should analyze the trends. We should understand in what stage are competitors now. For example, is it active bonusing of drivers or gathering the revenue from the market? Timeline for future. In terms of the tactics, you should think about marketing, promotion, product development, for the launching. You should think about monitoring and so on. And at the strategic level, you can think about your final goals. About, I don't know, maybe you want to be the leader of this market, or maybe this entering to the new market is something like the experiment for you to enter the bigger markets, like the pilot. And 5W to H analysis. I will focus only on some key questions, not to waste time. What is the appropriate product for this market? What is the ideal product for this market? Who are our competitors? How are our customers? When should we go to this market? Why is it important to enter this market? How much it is costing for us? The last example, it is a behavioral situation. For example, the team member goes to you and asks about the promotion. And what would you do in this situation? Using the two tools together, pros and cons and sizing, you can decide, for example, not to give the promotion to the person. And what are the advantages of this decision? Of course, you save the budget and you can promote somebody else. You can motivate the person to achieve some goals in order to get this promotion in the future. Of course, people in your company will not go to you to ask promotion anytime because they understand that you will not give it anytime. And what is about the disadvantage, the negative side of our situation? On the contrary, this person can leave the company and you should look for a new one. Or this person can be demotivated and work worse. In terms of sizing, you should estimate the priority of these pros and cons. For example, if you don't have people who can replace this person and the critical work stops, of course it is high priority. Inside, outside approach. I recommend to think about this situation in terms of the following questions. What do you want from the situation? What do the employee want from this situation? And what does company need from it? I think you should put yourself into the place of this employee and understand all feelings and arguments of this person. Maybe this person don't have enough money for living. Or, for example, this person has been working for a long time in your company and she or he thinks that he deserves a promotion during such a long period of time. Go further. 5W to H analysis. As for the similar example from the previous slides, I will use only key questions for this one. What is the real situation? Maybe the employee wants to increase the salary or to promote to the different position. How is the company evaluate this person? Who else might be involved in the decision? And when is appropriate time for promotion in a company? I want to summarize all my thoughts about the tools and principles of structuring thinking. You can take a picture of the slide because I think it's really important to have this nearby. And on this corner you have, as a bonus part of my presentation, is about the trees and pyramids. I didn't tell you about this approach, but I think you can read something in the internet, and the usage process will be the same for these tools. Maybe you think that many things from my presentation is really obvious, but it is very important to understand that my presentation is not about separate approaches. It is about the structure of thinking. It is about how you can use all this framework in the real-time life. Thank you for your attention, and if you have a few minutes, I can answer a couple of questions.
Thank you very much. So let me take the first question. You say it applies to 99% of the issues.
Yes.
Why not 100?
Actually, it's something like I want to remain 1% to avoid something like oh, we have this situation and I can't apply this framework, and I can say like okay, it is 1% for this example.
It's a safety mechanism.
Yeah, like safety metrics. And
did you ever have a problem that was in that 1% that you couldn't solve with these frameworks?
Sorry, yes, it's about you can't measure this 99% as a whole, but it's something like the title of the presentation. Of course, it's maybe not 99, it maybe 98.5%. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Guys, any questions to Evgeny? Yes, please.
Hi, thanks. This was very interesting. I was wondering, have you used this in team meetings and kind of strategic planning? In your company, this approach?
Actually, it is not about the usage of this memo. I mean this memo or manual. It is about the structure of thinking. You know, when I use it, I even don't understand that I use these approaches because you know, the brain, it is a number of neurons which can be trained in certain ways. It is about the impulse of electricity between the neurons, and I think during my whole life I have created the structure of these neurons which were trained to use these approaches, and now I don't understand that I use it. But for example, when we plan the strategy, of course, we use the tactics and strategy. It is something like obvious approach. Sometimes we think about zoom in, zoom out, navigation, and so on. Yes, so I think it is the answer to the question.
Thank you. Any more questions, guys? Please don't be shy. There we go.
Igor.
Hi again, I'm Igor. So what framework we should use to see InDrive in Cyprus? We have Bolt without taxes, we have CAPC, but no InDrive.
Actually, we have launched InDrive in Cyprus. We have launched InDrive in Limassol, but it's only the start.
Okay, so I want to see it in Nicosia next week?
I think no. I think we will communicate with you about this in personal messages, I think, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So everybody follow Evgeny, and probably you'll find out. One more question.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting for me, and I have a very simple question to you. Can you think of the hardest situation or, I don't know, problem of the last month which you struggled with, and which tool or a technique did you use to solve it?
Yes.
Thank you.
It will be really related to the presentation, but also because I think the greatest problem from the previous month was to create this presentation and to go to this conference and give a speech here. Yes, when I created this presentation, I think about the zoom in, zoom out scenario. I understand what I want to say to the whole audience, and I understand what I want to say to segments of the people, for example, the junior, middle, or senior managers in this audience, of course. I think about inside-outside tool, because I think about what do I want from this presentation? what people want from this presentation, of course. And I think about timeline, it is about the planning. You should, yeah. Actually, it was an error, and I actually I tried to create a speech during the previous night, and it was a bad timeline for me. Yeah, it was a fault in the past, I think, and so on. I think, yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Evgeny Guryanov, Vice President of Product at Indra.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, the next one is all about emotions. We all know emotions, we're human beings, of course, but we never have the guide towards emotions when conducting business, building a new product. How do we know, is happiness the end goal? Can we use anger to our advantage? Should we overcome fear or perhaps not? Nicholas Xenofontos is here with a presentation called Welcome Fear, the emotional journey in building anything.
Thank you, Tony. Hello, everyone. To those of you that are traveling to Cyprus from abroad, welcome to Cyprus. My speech is a bit different and less colorful than Evgeny's. The title is Welcome Fear, the emotional journey in building anything. And what I will try to communicate is that there is the hard part, the logical part, the hard skills part that is involved in building anything, a brand, a product, a service. But then there is the emotional part, the emotional journey, which in my experience in building different things, it is not as much talked about, but it's very, very, very important. We're going to go through 4 emotions that I have understood to be the most important ones to recognize, accept, so you can hopefully manage them. My name is Nicholas Xenofontos. Just a couple of things about myself. I did a mistake. So I was born and raised in Cyprus, Limassol, Cyprus. I have studied and lived in Limassol, in London, in Nice, in France. And academically, in my studies, I studied investment and financial risk management. I did an asset management master's, and I was effectively trained to become a risk manager. Now, in my career, I did a lot of risk management, mainly market risk management and financial risk management. But I got also involved in marketing, in product design, in training, and in strategy. The speech is about a journey, and my journey has seen me build different things, different companies, different brands, 4 of which are Salvus Funds, which is a regulatory compliance consultancy firm, the Institute for Professional Excellence, which is an online education platform for professionals by professionals, Finvus, which is a regulatory technology company, and Future, which is being built now to be a payments company. The most important thing I have built in this journey, it's the team, the great team that creates this, and they are there. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is to emphasize that what I'm about to present is agnostic. It's agnostic to the industry, to the product, to the service. It doesn't matter if you are a founder, a team leader, a team member, if you are a solopreneur. The emotional journey is real. So this is applicable. So welcome fear, the emotional journey in building anything. The little logo was created a few years ago. It's a voodoo doll, but it's smiling because it welcomes fear. I must be doing something wrong with this thing. So you may be wondering, why so emotional? Okay. Now, have a look at the bottom right corner. It's a little elephant. And I'd like us to go through an analogy, the analogy about the rider and the elephant. You probably came across this analogy before. For me, I was introduced to this analogy in a book by a psychologist, Jonathan Haidt, in which he said that he argued that we have two sides in our behavior. The emotional side, which is our elephant, and the rider side, which is, the logical side, our analytical, rational side. In his analogy, the rider sees the path. It's logical, it's detailed, it knows where it wants to go. They know the destination and the path. But the rider is riding the elephant, and the elephant is providing the power for this journey. Now, this sounds like a perfect match, right? The rider and the elephant. Well, it's not always, but it can be. The challenge, our challenge, is that the elephant that is powerful and provides the power for this journey is also irrational. And it is the part of our behavior that is driven by emotion and instinct. Both the rider and the elephant are important. Without the elephant, the rider cannot get to his destination. Without the elephant, the rider cannot get far. This is a concept that you may have come across in different parts of literature, and in particular the two books I'd like to mention here. It's Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, where they call this System 1 and System 2. And another book I really like, The Chimp Paradox by Steve Peters, which talks about the human brain and the inner chimp. No matter how these two sides of our behavior are described, the emotional aspect is real, and it's valuable if you can manage it. The analogy also made its way into a book called Switch, How to Change Things When Change is Hard by Chip and Dan Heath, where it says that perched atop the elephant, the rider holds the reins and seems to be the leader. But the rider's control is precarious because the rider is so small relative to the elephant. Anytime the 6-ton elephant and the rider disagree about which direction to go, the rider is going to lose. He's completely overmatched. So when it comes to building anything, it is as much about the rider as it is about the elephant. Maybe it is even more about the elephant. Remember, 6 tons. Okay? So, in case you don't feel convinced, you feel you're unconvinced, you don't see the elephant, you should look closer. If you want to understand success in building anything, you can't focus on what's visible. Now, I had this little effect that was really cool, but because I cannot really control the remote, it doesn't do as well, but you get the picture. So, now that we have dressed the elephant in the room, let's get to the emotions, the feelings. We're going to talk about 4 emotions: pathos, happiness, anger, and fear in this emotional journey of building anything. Welcome, pathos. So pathos is a Greek word that in English can be translated to passion. It is defined as great love and enthusiasm for something, total devotion, great energy and determination to achieve some goal. This is the emotion that gets you started and keeps you going. So it's the first emotion we look into. If you don't have pathos, if pathos is not present, you cannot start. And if you somehow do start, you cannot keep going on for long. It is the trigger, it is the ignition for your engine, it's the drive that drives the elephant. Now, there is a very, very beneficial side effect of passion. Passion is contagious. So if you, for example, you're passionate, you're genuinely passionate and you're within a team, this is contagious. People will feel it, people will be positively influenced by it. I was thinking that I wanted to share a really cool example with you, a real life example of how contagious passion is. And I just thought that many years ago, I came across a video on YouTube called Sasquatch Music Festival 2009, Guy Starts Dance Party. I don't know if you came across it, but it's the greatest example of how contagious passion is. So, spoiler alert, this guy is topless, he's in a festival, he starts to dance on his own on a grassy hill, and within 3 minutes, the whole festival joins him. Do watch this video, not now, please, but do watch it. It just demonstrates the point very well. So, if enthusiasm and passion are present, we tend to be more resilient when encountering obstacles. And like most of you know, there are many obstacles in building anything, from a startup to a new feature. If we are passionate about what we do, rather than just in it for the money, it just helps us have a more positive outlook, overcome difficulties, setbacks, and disappointments. Now, at the beginning I mentioned this definition of pathos as great love, enthusiasm, and total devotion, but it can also be defined as a barely controllable feeling. Barely controllable can very easily become unbearable. It can become overwhelming. You can become impossible to work with. The only remedy to overcome the danger of having pathos from a productive feeling into an unproductive feeling, it's to be honest with yourself, to be aware of this reality that you can actually cross that thin line and become an impossible person to work with. And if you are part of a team, you should openly talk about it and openly ask them to challenge you whenever you cross that line, which we are all potentially able to cross. So welcome pathos in the emotional journey in building anything, recognize its value, accept its potency, and manage it. We're moving on to happiness. So, have you seen the movie Pursuit of Happiness? It's with Will Smith. So, Pursuit of Happiness, great movie, great story. It's a real story, but I have a problem with it. I don't believe the pursuit was about happiness. I don't believe what Will Smith was going for was happiness. We are not designed to be happy. We're not even designed to be content. We're designed to survive. I'm not here to put you down or make you feel miserable, but a state of contentment is discouraged by nature because it lowers our guard against possible threats for our survival. What does this mean for someone that is building anything? The feeling of happiness should not be the reason for which you're building anything. So if you are sitting somewhere not feeling very well and you think you should build something to feel better, I would ask you not to do that. I would ask you to go for building anything because you see value, you see a solution, you believe in it, but don't focus on happiness. I even feel that if you're happy, you do not build anything or you do not build great things. Great things are built out of disappointment, hunger, frustration, and antagonism. Like I said, I'm not here to tell you to be miserable, but I'm here because we're in the context of building things. I'm going to ask you to consider the following. So doing great work and building great things can be tremendously rewarding. This is a reward in itself. If you build something expecting to find happiness, you will most likely be disappointed. It's not what you feel during building something. You feel many beautiful things, but no happiness. Building anything is painful. It is building something, irrespective that it is painful, that could eventually make you happy, not the other way around. Happiness is a byproduct of your overall life's conditions. Improving your life's conditions is worthwhile. Improve your life's conditions. That's where happiness comes in. So welcome happiness in the emotional journey in building anything. It is not the reason for which you build something and should not be anticipated. It is a very, very welcome byproduct. Now anger. So first pathos, then happiness, now anger. We said without pathos you should not start. Don't start, you will not last either. I also ask you to consider happiness as something not to be pursued and only be welcome as a byproduct. But anger is a feeling you will certainly feel, okay? So you better understand anger. I think of anger as motivation. Sorry. So I think anger as motivation, okay? It's an emotion that prepares us to fight. Anger is an emotion that prepares us to fight. It doesn't mean that we're going to fight necessarily with punches. It can be a fight for an improvement. It can be about building the next grade up. It can inspire communities to fight injustice, and it can improve people to improve their inspire people to improve their status. Or it may be about throwing punches. So exactly because it can be a very motivational feeling, but also it can be a very damaging feeling for you and everything around you, anger should be controlled. I have some practical advice, the most practical advice from all the feelings when it comes to dealing with anger. And the first one is never complain. Always consider that it is your fault. Now, I'm not saying this to stop you from having expectations from other people, but if you consider that anything that happens is your fault, you are focusing on the only person you can really improve, which is yourself. Work for the best, expect things to go wrong. This will help you think of alternatives before you have to find alternatives. This is tremendous. If you can think of alternatives before you have to find alternatives, a lot of anger just goes away. Treat everything that happens as something that will happen again and again. Now this helps you to anticipate and preempt mess-ups. If you send an email on Monday and on Tuesday you had to follow up and on Wednesday you had to follow up, do not consider this an isolated bad experience that just frustrated you. Consider that those follow-ups had value, and the next time you're going to send a similar email, you should include whatever was the second and third follow-up about to try to eliminate that unnecessary follow-ups. And finally, consider anger as one of those things that people say something along the following lines. Anger is a good servant and a terrible master. Keep anger as a good servant. So welcome anger in this emotional journey. This is a natural, common, and certain feeling to experience. Seek to understand its source and use it to fight for good. And finally, welcome fear. Fear is the emotion I chose to include in the presentation. And it's for me the most important feeling to recognize and accept. So how do you visualize fear in your mind? Is it a spider? Is it a teddy bear? Is it public speaking? Or is it a snake? Now for me, I have a fear of height. And I use this image to show something very high, which are mountain peaks. Last week, I was somewhere skiing, and for me to experience skiing, I had to get on some lifts that scare me. I had to go on some cliffs that scare me. Now, I was able to overcome that fear, and I was able to to enjoy this beautiful experience. And to me, especially the image of the mountains has an added metaphor that you should climb that mountain. For me, it has to do with my fear of heights, but climbing that mountain gives me, that beautiful view, that beautiful experience. I wrote something 8 years ago for myself. I don't know it by heart, so I'm gonna read it for you because it's the whole reason I titled this speech, Welcome Fear. So, how do you visualize fear? A hairy beast with lumps on its back, bad breath, and violent intentions? Irrespective of what fear looks like, feels like, or even sounds like, fear is always found in the same place. Fear is within you. Take a moment to appreciate the obvious point here. If fear is within you, fear is part of you. This is the moment. I'm very interested in honesty and in being honest. First of all, with myself. You should fight fear, right? Wrong, I say. Fear is part of you, your creation, along with biology and psychology. And it would be dishonest, not to say futile, to fight here. Recognize fear, understand its roots, and use it as your greatest and most cynical ally in getting further. Fear is not here to stop you, it is here to warn you. New places, new faces, new roles, new dreams. Fear will guide you through them if you are honest. Fear does not exist in comfort, stability, and safety. Unfortunately, growth, opportunities, and experiences do not exist there either. If fear is present, so is life. If fear is present, so is living. Congratulations for being alive and honest. Thank you for taking this journey with me. We addressed the elephant in the room, and hopefully we have helped the rider get to their destination. Pathos is the feeling that gets you started and probably can keep you going. Happiness is not something you should pursue in building anything, but it's a very welcome byproduct. Anger can motivate you to fight for a good cause, but it can also destroy everything around you. Keep anger as a good servant. And fear, the emotion I chose to use in the title of this presentation, is for me the most important feeling to recognize and accept. It's the feeling that leads to growth. Once again, welcome fear. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicolas Xenofondos, Managing Director of Salvas Funds. Any questions, please?
Thank you very much for this presentation and for bringing up such an important topic. My name is Anastasia, and I wanted to ask, so not a lot of people in the business community right now, it is not common to talk about emotions and to acknowledge that we are human beings, and even when we try to make rational decisions, we are still riding this huge elephant and we still have our emotions. I know there are some companies that are trying to move towards this new era of recognizing we are humans, we have emotions, and they do affect whatever we're doing, no matter how hard we try to lie to ourselves that they're not. What is the best way to start bringing this into culture of corporations that have been focused on rational things and on, like, neglecting the fact that employees, users, everyone has emotions? What is the best way to start incorporating it into building it into the culture, to pay attention to it and to benefit from knowing that our emotions are affecting a great deal of what is happening?
Anastasia, this is a great question. In your question, you mentioned culture twice. So it's a thing of culture. Whether emotions are recognized as being real and extremely powerful or not, it's something that you cannot force anyone to realize. But I would argue that anyone that has really worked on building anything, if you really think about that journey, you have probably felt the four emotions I'm talking about, and you have probably either suffered or thrived because of them. So exactly because emotions are an emotional subject, You cannot really push it down the throat of anyone. People need to feel it, people need to experience it. And once they do, hopefully, they will be able to open up and talk about it. But it is when it comes to companies, I strongly believe in culture. And I believe it's a thing that doesn't happen in a day, but can be nurtured. So if someone stands up and says, you know, I feel totally frustrated, and I'm dealing about this in this way, this can start a discussion. Of course, you need to find other people that are believers of this. But like I said, it's not going to be difficult to find other people because this is something we're all facing. Nobody is immune to this. And really, the elephant is super powerful. So the answer is culture, but culture needs nurturing and it needs time.
Thank you, Nicola. Any more questions, guys? I have a question to you, Nicola, a bit of a personal one. So what are some of the fears that you've encountered during your career path?
Some of the?
Fears.
Fears. So forget the fear of height. That's personal. It has to do with skiing. Very early on, public speaking. Standing for the not popular opinion in the room, expressing that. What else? Fear of failure. I had a very good track record for many years in different things. And sometimes that very good track record can make you not a slave, but kind of limited in being afraid to take the extra step outside your comfort zone because there is a real chance you're going to fail in that one. And it just kind of feels like you're spoiling that perfect shit. But it is not. It's actually very liberating. I still remember the day I failed massively and how free I felt after failing so massively. So those three things, it used to be, you know, disagreeing with what I thought to be the popular opinion in the room, public speaking, and just being afraid to destroy potentially a very good track record.
Thank you for sharing. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody, Nicolas Xenophondas. So we have one last presentation. This one is also very relevant to a lot of us, I assume. It's about employee relocation. And of course, in the last year plus something, we have experienced, some of us, this phase of our lives. We have Michael Gitsis from QuadCode with us. Michael is the chief CFAO, basically, Chief Financial and Administrative Officer of QuadCode. And we know that QuadCode has relocated over 260 employees in this past year. Is that correct, Michael?
Exactly.
Please have your microphone. So, without further ado, Michael will tell us all about it, from relocation to integration, employee CJM.
Thank you very much. Okay, so indeed our talk is from relocation to integration, the CJM, the customer journey mapping. In our case, is actually the employee journey mapping, and it's quite have been like a very stressful year for us following the war. So a little bit about myself. I'm the Chief Financial and Administrative Officer. I've been with QuadCode for the last 4 years, started as the CFO. In the last 2 years, I also oversee the HR and the office administration functions. But from my basic, I'm a certified public accountant, and I started as a financial person in the financial field. And I also relocated to Cyprus 4 years ago, like probably many of you, just to check. Raise your hand, whoever relocated recently. Guys? Okay, 50% relevant audience. Amazing. So a bit about our company, about QuadCode. So we are a fintech company that develops our own trading platform. We pack it as a SaaS solution, software as a service, and we license it to brokers, to financial institutions, so that they could in turn acquire retail clients, so that retail clients could invest in any asset they want. Through the brokers that we work with, QuadCode overall has over 150 million accounts and clients that have traded on our platform from around 170 countries, and keep counting. In order to support all of that, we have around 700 employees and service providers all around the world, spread in the 5 offices that we have. One of the unique things of QuadCode is our substance both in SaaS and brokerage. So not only that we develop our own platform, we also have a brokerage activity. So we work both B2B and B2C, and not many companies in Cyprus do these two activities together, and we are one of them. It's a great opportunity for any employee in any field to work with us, because they have the ability to enjoy both of these fields. A bit about our last year. So you said 260, it's already 270 and keep counting. So yeah, almost 300 employees have relocated in the last year, mainly from Russia to Cyprus, along with their family members. We are talking about 500 employees. And yes, we have also pets as well. So guys, as if we relocated an entire zoo to Cyprus recently, and it's not easy. So we can open a zoo. Just tell me where you want it, Limassol, Larnaca, anywhere. A bit about the life cycle. So mostly we talk about the business life cycle, which has ups and downs. Here I want to talk about the employee relocation life cycle. So we all had our ups and downs, at least the 50% that raised their hands. We started, of course, from the low 1 year ago when the war started in Ukraine. We, as a company, also had a major operational risk. We had problems financing the activity, the development activity that we had in Russia. A big catalyst for the stress was the partial mobilization that was introduced. And we, as a company, we had to make some choices, and we decided that we need to move our tech hub from Russia somewhere else. Since we already have been here in Cyprus with our brokerage activities from 2015, we knew already how Cyprus operates, and eventually taking many parameters into consideration, we had to choose between Cyprus and other places, and of course eventually we chose Cyprus. I will talk about the parameters that we took into account, but eventually I think many of you know that the government incentivizes and develops the tech industry and provides a lot of incentives both for corporates and for individuals to relocate to Cyprus, to migrate to Cyprus, to get a lot of tax incentives. But not only tax incentives, it allows also now the spouses to find job opportunities with less barriers, so that they can integrate well into the community, and also to be able, not only to work, but also to socialize well through the workspace environment. And of course, back then we looked at the cost of living, which we found appealing in Cyprus, and the medical and health system and the education system that were quite well established. And of course, the possibility for all our Russian employees eventually to get a visa and a passport in Cyprus. So that was quite appealing, and all the programs that the government introduced helped us to do this decision and eventually to relocate all to Cyprus. And then from the lowest low in the war, our employees were at the highest high. They were hyped. They relocated to Cyprus. They ran away from the war. They felt safe, of course. They had the security. They felt valuable because the company decided to take them as well as their families and relocate them. The company accompanied them, of course, with a strong relocation package and helped them to establish themselves during the first months after the relocation. And we all know that there are, I don't know, probably you know that there is a big Russian community in Cyprus, specifically also in Limassol. I think that approximately 30% of the civilians and residents in Limassol are Russian speakers, so they felt very, very comfortable in this environment. And we also have the great increase of the IT community here following the recent years. So they were hyped. However, following 2 or 3 months after the relocation, suddenly, as you see the garden of the neighbor, and you think that it is green, or when you came to Cyprus just for vacation and you imagine yourself that everything is wonderful, once the 2-3 months are over and they need to live on their own, another situation has occurred and they become stressed again, and we call it the realization moment. At that point, suddenly a lot of challenges started to appear. So, one moment. Yeah. First of all, the cost of living. I think all of us feel that or felt it in the last year. So the cost of living, the housing prices, everything has increased, not only because of the global situation, okay, we had inflation all over the world, approximately 10%, but specifically due to the big migration, the housing prices almost doubled in Limassol. This is, by the way, one of the reasons we have decided to transfer our tech hub to Larnaca. We have done our analysis and we saw that it will be easier both for us as a company and both for the employees to establish their living there. During the last year, the government was not ready to acknowledge and to receive all of this inflow of migrants. So migration department and the banks were quite overwhelmed, and it took a lot of time for our guys, for our employees and their family members to get the visas. And of course, we as well, from the HR department, had a big inflow of requests, which was hard to accompany. And education. For those of you who have kids, due to the big inflow, some of the education centers didn't have any space left. So our employees had tried to find something, and eventually they even moved to another city just to make sure that their kids have a place to study. If we continue with our realization and the stress, some of our employees who used to use the public transportation in Russia came here and eventually saw that they need a car to commute from place to place, and the traffic increased. They encountered some language barriers. They saw that their English level perhaps is not suffice to integrate into the community. One of the things that I have felt in the beginning 4 years ago, I was worried that I was not worried about myself because I go to the office every day and I'm quite in my workspace environment and I communicate with my colleagues. However, my wife sits by her own at home, does not communicate with anyone, and she has a lot of language barriers. So this is also one of the challenges that we saw with the spouses of the employees. And eventually, if you cannot integrate well into the community, you cannot find enough entertainment events, and cultural events that you can join and socialize. So it also made our employees even more stressed. So among all of those 6 reasons to be stressed, and who of you, with raising your hand, had at least one of those? Okay, so quite well. Who experienced all of those? Okay, some of them. So sorry for that, but eventually, yes, we encountered all of those as well. Looking at the Maslow pyramid, and if we look at from that perspective, prior to the relocation, our tech guys have been in the upper level. They were productive, they fulfilled themselves, they were the best version of themselves, and we quite enjoyed it. Unfortunately, following the war, we find ourselves much lower. So, of course, all of us, we want to be safe, we want to have the visa so that we are not illegal in Cyprus, right? We want to have an affordable housing. We want to socialize well, and only then, once we have all of those factors, we can try and actually start fulfilling ourselves as well. So currently we are quite in the middle and we have some way to go, and this is one of the biggest challenges we have now following this year. So thankfully, we are no longer in the bottom. So 1 year has passed, and we think that we are quite in the middle between the bottom and the next high. And this is where we want to go. We want to fully integrate into the community. We want to start, as a company also, not to consider ourselves a Russian tech hub, but to consider ourselves as an international tech hub, to start integrating with the local software developers, with the local product owners and managers. But that's not an easy task. We have several things to do in order for us to do so. One of the things, we can start from the internal development inside our company. So the things that we do in order to be able to integrate completely is to make sure that we have inside our company the infrastructure to do so. So we need to make sure that our level of English is sufficient for us to communicate properly between ourselves, not to have communication gaps. We conduct a lot of courses now, we enhance the language, we shifted our mindset in terms of communication inside our company. We even started to do the technical documentation in the English language rather than Russian, so we prepare ourselves for the next level. And of course, we conduct a lot of courses to teach our employees and colleagues how to work with different cultures. So there is a big gap between the Russian culture, the Greek culture, the Israeli culture, where I come from. So we teach all of them how to do it properly so that we know to communicate better and to be more productive and efficient altogether. One of the things that we also do following the relocation, we attach to each relocated person some relocation buddy, somebody that will go next to them and help them integrate into the community, answer all of their questions. And another major part, so you were talking about fear before, is the psychological help. So we understand that this step, especially following the war, is something that is very difficult, to comprehend. So we do provide psychological help not only to the employees but also to their spouses, to their family members. It's not an easy task to do. It's not for us. It's for the other whole, okay. Once we have done that, the internal development, we need to go to the external collaborations. This is something that we plan to do in this year, and once we are prepared to work with the external community, we need to make sure that we will be able to employ local and Cypriot and Greek and English-speaking software developers, product owners, product managers. One of the problems that the entire community has is that companies, in general, I think, they tend to hire only middle and senior software developers. Almost no company is willing to invest into juniors. So one of the things that we want to do is to make sure that we employ local specialists by collaborating with some universities. We want to go and implement some kind of courses that come from our side that will teach them the most up-to-date technological stacks that are being used, and what is being used in practice, not in the theory itself, to make sure that we prepare them for the future so that we can integrate them later on in our challenges that we have. One of the ways to do it is, once we do the collaboration with the universities, is to make an internship program where we can take the graduates and pass them through several months of internship where they try to see how the work is actually being done in real world, and eventually integrate them into our working cycle and the development cycle. So this is one of the greatest challenges that we're gonna have, especially combining the internal and the external as well. But one of the major problems here is, even if we do all of that, we still have the basic needs that we need to solve. And this is something that cannot be solved by us or by a specific company by itself. It is something that the government and the private sector, the investors, need to take care of. The government has done a great job by bringing all of these talents to Cyprus. However, if the government or the private sector don't do anything to make sure that the basic needs are being supported and provided to our employees and to the tech talents, eventually they will leave Cyprus. I'm talking about housing, education, hospital, infrastructure. We need to make sure all together as a society, as a community, that these needs are being answered. And my message to the government and to the private sector is that we are here to stay, guys. We do not leave. We will not leave. So we have talked with some investors for education centers or real estate entrepreneurs, and when we told them that we want them to build more. We want them to increase the infrastructure. They told us, hey, but you are here only for half a year. I know you will run away from Cyprus whenever the war is over. So my message is not. We are here to stay, guys. Thank you very much. We'll be happy to answer any question.
Thank you. Everybody, Michael Gitsis. Please, do you have any questions for Michael? Michael, I have a question.
Sure.
So Social Discovery Group has been through a very similar challenge. Thankfully, we managed to actually increase our EBITDA throughout all this chaos and mayhem. What are some of the things that you wish you would have done better in primary relocation phase?
I think we miscalculated that the inflow would overwhelm us and the government. So we made some mistakes, but not increasing our team sufficiently enough, so that a lot of our employees felt as if they are not being taken care of enough. Although all of our HR teams were working around the clock, and the migration, I know, worked around the clock, so this is something that we could have done better, but we could not anticipate it. So this is something that I would...
Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us. Anybody? Yes, please.
Hello. Thank you for the speech. I'm also from HR department from Reich company, and we relocated approximately the same amount of people and the same amount of pets even. But it's not a zoo, it's mostly cats and dogs, but still. My question is about the governmental relationships, which you mentioned. So do you see any real ways how companies, like we are the same size of companies and many other companies are here, how we can really interact with the government so that they can hear us and react, because this Siga thing sometimes like make you crazy. Yeah, they say, okay, we'll do it tomorrow. They doesn't do it for, I don't know, months or something. So do you feel any real, let's say, I don't know, path or connection how we can really like hear each other?
Yeah. So thank you for that, and well done for the same process that you have passed as us. I see several ways. One of the ways that we do is not only that we are a fintech company, we are also a brokerage company, and we are regulated by CISEC, by the Cypriot SEC. And this is one of our channels that we can approach, right? They're related to the government. Another channel is Tech Island, right? The organization that takes care of all the initiatives of all the technology companies in Cyprus. So we are members of Tech Island. We collaborate with them. We also participated in the panels that they did in Reflect Festival. So Reflect Festival, for example, was one of the stages where you can actually pitch your ideas and your desires, and we did it all. So I participated even in a panel where all companies like in our size were pitching to the government, and in the audience there were officials from the administration, from the Cypriot administration. So this is one of the ways, and of course we can use the media, you know, to make some fuzz. So eventually they hear it. We just need to push more.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody who's interested in some internal government connections can reach out to you.
Not sure about that.
Okay. Anybody else has any questions for Michael? No questions, guys? Okay. Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Michael Gitsis, everybody. So, guys, this was our last presentation. However, I have one final word. Oh, you want to run away already, huh? Okay. So one final word. As you exit this room and you go into the room where they're serving coffee for you and all kinds of snacks and everything, there is a board of vacancies. For some reason, we only have one vacancy as Social Discovery Group there. Of course, we're not the only ones on the board, but we actually have a lot more. So we're looking for marketers, product managers, and a lot more other different role people. Please feel free to reach out to me, to talk to me if you have a moment. Let's talk, let's do business together. And I really enjoyed the presentations today. Thank you for all the speakers. Everybody give them one last round of applause, and let's go for coffee break. Thanks, everybody.
Hello.
Ποιος έχει το γενικό μπροστά. Ποιος έχει το μπροστά. Από τους μαντρίσιος πρέπει. Να τους φέρει μέσα.
Testing. 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 Hi, everyone. Hi, welcome. We expect to have a 3-4 minutes delay until everyone gathers up, so please take your seats, and we will be beginning soon enough. Just to share a bit the agenda for this track for the rest of the day, we have now the talk from Dmitry Shcherbenko, how we develop InDrive's BI platform. Later on, we have relocation as a growth point for the company. Speaker is Evgenia Shlikova. Then I will be talking about organizational agility. My name is Konstantinos Kareklas. And we will be closing with the last speech at 4:30, which is the art of rediscovery, how we analyzed 12 countries and 24 segments to regain fintech product market fit by Kristina Marinovic. Quite interesting topics. Looking forward to all the talks. Sorry about that. Will take some time. Okay, I can't hear officially. How is it so far? Perfect? Right? Did you manage to join all the speeches? Not all of them. Okay, cool, cool. Anything interesting? Till now, everything? Wow, that's nice. Okay. Cool. It's quite interesting in this kind of events. There is a mixture of technical skills, business skills, product-oriented, AI. It's all of them. It's like, I don't know, yesterday I heard something about a new word, synthetic data. And this is actually something close to that. And it's a good mixture and good diversification, which you get to learn a lot from everywhere. So yeah, it's quite interesting. Welcome. So I was supposed to start this by saying, hello, Yasas, privyet. I don't know if there is any other language here that I'm missing, any other nationality, language. I will try to say it if I know. Otherwise, I will ask ChatGPT to tell me. Welcome, welcome. I have to remember about the live streaming. Yeah, much better? Perfect. Coffee, yeah, thank you. So, are we ready to kick off? Yeah? So, we invite on stage Dimitri Sherbenko from InDrive. It's a BI lead. And the topic is how we develop InDrive's BI platform. Hi, Dimitri, welcome. Thank you very much. I will kindly ask you to do one word check-in. How do you feel?
Great. I'm feeling great.
Perfect. All right, let me give you your microphone. This is mine. The stage is yours.
Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. Hello, everyone. Let me check, first of all, that the clicker works properly. Great. So, for me, it's a pleasure to present my speech, how we develop BI platform at InDrive. I'm a little bit nervous because this is my first speech in English on such a beautiful event. So thank you all that you came here, and thank you all for your attention. Please ask me any questions if you have. So let's start. A few words about myself. I've been doing BI since 2017. I'm in fond of the product approach, and considering my hobbies, I like tourism, especially hiking, playing table tennis, and watching football. Liverpool. Okay. But what's the main points of my speech? First of all, I will tell you how we implement BI at InDrive, what challenges have we faced, and how we try to solve them, what was our MVP version. Then I will tell you more how we came to our current approach, how we use it to successfully complete a number of projects, which I will provide as an example. So, I came to InDrive at 2020, and my main goal was to implement BI for the whole company. Of course, there was some kind of services that already fulfill the need for the data analysis automation processes. There was a service that for which you could download all reports and dashboards that were presented at Grafana. Of course, it was not a suitable solution. However, it solves the questions from our users, but not all. And of course, the company was rapidly growing, and the number of questions increased, and the complexity of questions were also increased. So, okay, what goals have we settled as primary ones? Of course, you cannot just take a small team and rewrite the whole service and just change the direction of how things are going. So we decided to aim at some points to be better than the current solution. And we strengthen our resources to find those points where can we better as a product for our current users. The second thing that we have targeted was to deliver the value of our current product, which positive impact it could provide on the current users' day-to-day tasks, how they can solve their tasks better using our BI technology. And of course, we aimed with interacting with users to be understandable. So it's all about the documentation, presentations, and channels of interacting with our users better than the current solutions. After this, we try to standardize our typical requests using our task tracker. So we made several requests in order to make just one transparent process, how to interact with our team. So if you want to, for example, create a dashboard, you can just fulfill the corresponding request in our task tracker. If you want to make any amendments or you want to develop a data mart for self-service, you can just fulfill the corresponding request. That is why cross-parity, there were not so many requests. And all of them fulfill about 90% of the whole task that came from our users at the first period. So a few words about our first infrastructure. So our main goal was to be as much federated as possible. We use ClickHouse as our database that we share with the analytics team. Where we had an admin rights, so we can just do some ETL processes using Apache Airflow and create any data mart that we needed for our dashboards. So our first BI tool and our current BI tool is Tableau, and our orchestration is Apache Airflow. So we also needed a couple of servers where all these technologies can be handled, deployed, and work properly. what to my mind was one of the core points if you want to be successful in implementing, for example, any kind of MVP, it's all about managing expectations of your users, to be transparent, to be understandable, and to interact with them properly. So what we had done at first sight, we came through a so-called data mesh approach where we tried to assign BI engineers to a stakeholders team directly, making designated communication channels to just avoid any noise about other tasks, just only our stakeholders and the corresponding BI engineer discussing their day-to-day tasks, their day-to-day issues, and so on. And we try to arrange a number of things, internal and external, regarding the planning, regarding understanding what kind of issues stakeholders have, how they solve them, understanding the basics, how the product should work, and having in mind expertise of the BI engineer, we try to find the best appropriate solution in order to solve our users' issues. So, what we had as a MVP at first sight. So you can split it for two blocks. For the BI engineer and the customer, there were standard and transparent processes which were described, which had a direct way that you should just fulfill the corresponding form in order to start the process of the making dashboard and so on. You can communicate with designated communication channels about your issues, about your current tasks, about how they are doing, and you have a number of things that are available for planning, are available for communication about the current goals of the team and how business intelligence engineer can provide a number of solutions to reach these goals, help the stakeholder to reach these goals properly. And what was for the BI team? It was a federated team that can arrange any kind of ETL process using our corresponding infrastructure, having designated communication channels and not obligated to answer on other requests from other users. And of course, it had a power to stay focused on their tasks, because considering that we had a data mesh approach, our engineers, they were not under the managers of the stakeholders. They were directed and linked as a one BI team, as a core expertise team. So this helps us to focus on our corresponding tasks, not, for example, on ad hocs and so on, just to make our solutions as a business intelligence improvement. And of course, considering that we were one team, we had an expertise sharing between the different stakeholders and, of course, between the members of our team. So what was next? How we came to our approach of the development of the BI platform. We building our expertise, understanding our users' needs, understanding what issues we have faced, how we can solve them, and what conclusion we had at this time is that sometimes the tasks often require a complex solution. However, this works vice versa. You can arrange the solution that can solve a number of tasks. So, for example, let's assume that we have a already made style guide for our dashboards with a number of templates. How it can positively impact it on our processes. So this will help us to make reporting faster, because you don't need to arrange a new template each time. And you can try to use this style guide for the self-service in order to help users not to, of course, make a template and just to use the complete template, use the complete graphs where they just need to change the metrics and it will work properly. So, what is our main approach to develop the BI platform as a product? We try to decompose it on into three components that are helping each other to grow And vice versa, if you need to grow one of the components, you should impact on the other. So those components are the following. It's architecture, it's reporting, and self-service. In this scope of all components, we arrange the tasks that we close, and we implement solutions, complete projects, having in mind the thing how we can impact on those components positively, or which component should we improve in order to complete this task. A few words about our current infrastructure. Considering our tech stack, we have moved to the Google Cloud platform where all our infrastructure is located, and data of CDM, DDS, and all sometimes ODS layers are stored. Tableau is still our main BI tool. Airflow is still we use for our ETL processes, ETL orchestration and process automation, Git for storing and code reviewing. BigQuery is our main source for using as data, for working with data. DBT is a data modeling tool that we use for the data quality stacks, for the data quality tasks. Considering our lens tank, it's pretty simple. Python and SQL. Considering our processes, we keep all documentation at Confluence. Currently, we use Vrike for the task tracking, request, and access automation. Academy Ocean is our learning platform, and Open Metadata is our metadata management tool. Okay, so a few examples about our product approach, how we use it to complete different projects, and here is one of the example of such successfully completed project. So considering that we should be as federated as possible, we negotiate with our current data engineering team to arrange a part of the CDM layer that we will held fully, and there we arrange a corresponding reporting structure that trying to complete as much requests from our users as possible. We interact with the data engineer infrastructure using Airflow triggers, data quality checks completion, and so on. Considering what we made as a number of the standardized reporting tables, we had a first dates of the different users events that we can successfully use for the cohort analysis on a small period. We have a daily user aggregates that we can use on a bit larger periods in order to avoid working with the non-additive metrics, and we have a matrix of geography and period with a big scope of metrics in order to work with the non-additive metrics. And also it includes aggregates for the cohort analysis. So what we had as a conclusion, we had a single and convenient, understandable structure for the BI engineers. We had a flexibility in making some changes and improvements of our part of the CDM layer, where we can arrange our own data quality checks on business metrics, our own triggers, and where we can set everything as we want. For example, what we have did, we have arranged as a one single process where we update our data sources, and then we trigger to update, for example, our dashboards if it is used. If it uses extracts. So, moreover, this gives us a great opportunity to improve self-service, because all these tables, all these can be used as a sources for the self-service reports development. Let's talk about another project that we have arranged. We have made a learning program for our users about Tableau. We had a different types of lectures arranged for what issue do you want to close. So we came to this, we came to all these products as a small product. We understand its needs, we try to test it, we make a corresponding list of the requirements to each project, what it should satisfy, how it will help our users and our components to be improved. And using this approach, we try to follow it and complete our projects correspondingly. So going back to our training program, it is differed on level that you required how to use Tableau, just as you were as Explorer or as an advanced level. Do you need to know only basics, for example, as Explorer, or do you need to go deeper? This can be used as a training program and knowledge base because all the material is split into small videos that can be easily found and repeated. It connected with our style guides, and you can, of course, learn it at any time without a requirement to have a lecturer, because all materials are recorded. And because it is divided into small pieces, you can easily restructure it for your corresponding needs. I think if this presentation will be shared, I also post a link on Medium with the detailed article how we implement this training program. So as you can see, we came to this also as a product. We understand the main channels, how we can bring value of this product to our users. We use different channels where we have posted on Tableau server, in different Telegram channels, Slack, Rike, which bring us to the intranet, and then directly go into the Academy Ocean site where all lectures were presented. Here you can see our Total Academy statistics, where we have a really good increase in the number of users that try to use different products, and we had a conversion to complete our courses about 35%. Moreover, a few words about our style guide. There is a detailed description how to make any graph with the corresponding video how to make it, and a template, not only for the graphs, but templates for the dashboards then can be easily used. And here you can see the statistics of our workbooks that self-service developed. Currently we have about 83 active workbooks, which now is about 30% of all our workbooks, of all our active workbooks on Tableau server. And what we are doing now, and what we think we should, how we should develop our BI as a product. We try to rearrange the process in order to make engineer responsible for its area of reporting, but with a very tight relation to the metrics growing. So we made a metrics tree of our BI platform. Here you can see the metrics tree. I think I will provide the link to its detailed description, where we defined our North Star metric as a dashboard page view. And considering that we have this metric, each BI engineer can clearly understand how he can grow the metrics of the BI platform in order to increase its efficiency. So it's about decomposition of our BI platform into even smaller parts, and making each reporting area a little product, and BI engineer as a small product engineer, in order to change his attitude, not just making a good dashboards and complete the tasks, but to grow and to see how he impact on the decision making of its team, how he helps, and you have a transparent instrument to look over through all these metrics, understanding how well he performed or what should be improved. There are a different number of metrics, like product metrics, growth metrics, service metrics, for example, Tableau performance, first page open, number of errors during the first open, number of errors during the daily working of the Tableau server, and so on. We have a retention of users, the funnels, considering our learning process, considering our dashboard overviews, and so on. I provided the screenshot of our dashboard that we use, that BI engineers are using to monitor the number of the metric statistics. So there are different, it's just one page. There are several pages with different number of metrics where they can see day-to-day stats of the how often people use their dashboards. Is it increased or not? What is the number of the self-service dashboards? Is it increased or not? And how fast the dashboards are working? Will they improve it or not? Do they need an additional resources? How many errors do they have? How often users log into the Tableau server and use different dashboards? So it really helps them to improve their statistics. And this is our core target, to change the attitude of business intelligence engineers, to make them responsible for this area of reporting, and to rearrange the processes in such way that they try to dig through, understanding the user's needs, making customer development surveys, and so on. We have a feedback forums. We try to be understandable, so we measure such kind of metrics through our so there's look like an NPS report. So we try to understand how transparent we are and how we manage expectations of our stakeholders. Here is the number of tasks that are divided into our components and that we are solving currently for our users. So we make different type of reports, refactoring our legacy services, provide an advisory for the team assistants regarding the reporting automation or data analysis automation processes, trying to improve our architecture, considering all our technological and language stack, testing new technologies and implementing them if they bring positive value to the architecture and other components, improving our ETL processes as well. Considering our self-service, we not only managed to successfully improve our learning program, however, it is also style guide, working with community, having a handbook, improving our handbook as the first touch with the BI platform, and dashboard optimization. Also, we now arrange workshops for our team, for our stakeholders about different topics if they have a special request that cannot be closed by our learning materials. So, what I would like to bring as a conclusion. To my mind, the crucial point is to see values in your users, trying to understand them and to be understandable, to be transparent, and to understand the basic principle of jobs to be done. You have to understand the task and its context. And you know, if you understand this, you will be careful and judicious with your team resources in order to try to close as much tasks as possible using as less resources as possible, bringing not only increasing the metric of time to market, but also focusing on time to value. You should not only work on core of your product. So you can make a very good product, but if you won't bring the value of your product to your users, they just won't understand it and won't use it. So to my mind, this is also a really crucial, important thing. I think that's it. Here is a QR code to my LinkedIn account where you can just type me any questions if you had, and I will be more than happy to answer on them. Thank you a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Please, any questions?
Thank you for the very fruitful information you shared. It was quite amazing and interesting how you're doing things. Congratulations. Thank you once again. Now we have 5 minutes for questions to Dimitri. Feel free to ask any question you wish. Anyone who wants to begin? Over here. Let's go there first. Lina. And then number 2 question here.
Yeah. Hello, Dmitry. My name is Kirill.
Hello.
Yeah, I wonder asking what BI platform do you use for self-service analytics in your company? You said that Tableau is the main BI tool, but I think that for self-service you have something else.
Thank you a lot, Kirill, for your question. We use Tableau also for the self-service. So it really depends on the type of licenses that people use. We divided that if the requester is from product team, marketing team, and not an analytics, he will have an Explorer license if he want to make self-service dashboards. And for the analytics team, we provide the creator licenses. Of course, there can be some exceptions, but the basic principle is the following.
Yeah, thank you. And
thank you.
One more question. Yeah, it is about, you said about training program.
Yeah.
I wonder what's like the main subject of this training program. I mean, what kind of knowledge you try to give your customers, like for business users?
Yeah, thank you a lot for your question. Good question. We have 3 types of main courses. It's Tableau Viewer if you want just to understand how to work with the reports at Tableau server. Tableau Explorer if you want to make dashboards at web version of Tableau. And Tableau Creator if you want a deep dive into this instrument to make the reports using the desktop version. And we had an additional course which we named Speedrun courses. And this is the same Tableau Explorer and Tableau Creator, but of course if you had some good experience with Tableau or you just need to understand the basic principles how to make dashboards, you can just pass it. It's about 3 times faster and close the corresponding tasks just to understand the basics of the dashboard development.
Yeah, thank
you.
Cool.
Let's take a couple more questions. Question number 2 here, Lina.
Hello. Hello. My name is Daria. Thank
A
you.
bit more louder, please, for the live
Thank you
streaming.
very much for presentation. My question is also about the training program. As far as I remember, it was a huge growth from, I don't know, 300 to 600 people using the training program. And are they all internal users, the employees of InDrive?
Yeah, yeah.
And as far as I remember, if I'm not mistaken, there is more than 2,000 employees in InDrive. So only the 1/4 of the employees use solutions. Still.
Yeah, I think now it's even more. It was a statistic made about a couple of months maybe ago. But the thing is that not all the users are required to work with the instrument. Not all the users can gain an access to the instrument. And we have a transparent process how to obtain the access. And there is there is a second pair of eyes verification that it should be verified by the folder owner in order to bring the value of the data to the one for whom the dashboards are made. That he should be careful to provide any kind of the request and accepting the access to this part of the BI platform in terms of reports. But basically answer to your question that not all the users really needed the access to the corresponding reports. For example, there are business, marketing,
yeah, I thought that vice versa. A lot of people already know how to use it and do it themselves, like without instructions. They already know how it works. I thought like this. And that's a nice thing that you do this for your team, because when, for example, if I would join a new company, I would invest more time to see what is already done, what can be obtained without disturbing everybody around.
Yeah, that's a question of handbook, because this is the first thing of touch with the BI platform, where you understand what do we have, how we can provide the services, what requests do we have. It's a transparent guide in order how to interact with the BI platform properly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to move on. Dimitri will be with us the next 2 days, so feel free to reach out for any further discussions.
Yeah,
Questions.
thank you a lot.
Very much,
Thank you a lot,
Dimitri.
everyone.
Thank you.
It was great. It was great to speak with you.
Thank you, Dimitri. Relocation is a significant investment of time, money, and resources from the company. What for? We at FX Pro, not me, the next speaker, of course, it is a powerful growth point for the organization. Join us at ProductCamp Cyprus for the presentation by Evgenia Shligova. Well, please welcome Evgenia, Employer Brand Manager at FX Pro Group, as she delves into the topic of relocation as a growth point for companies. Don't miss out on this valuable presentation. We will see insights and reasons why relocation, am I correct, drives growth and employee satisfaction. The stage is yours. Thank you very much. Let me give you your microphone. This is mine.
It works like?
I don't know, but yes, I guess back and forth. No?
No. How it works?
Can anyone help us with the remote? Let me just try.
Yes, please.
So, oh my God. Sorry. Full screen again. Yep. Yeah. Left and right. Left, yeah.
Hello, everyone. And first of all, I hope that every one of you already tasted our coffee, because we brought to you the best barista in Cyprus, like literally the best barista. He has this title. But now, moving from the coffee to the main point of my speech today. So I'm going to tell you about why we at FX Pro believe that relocation is a huge growth point for the company. But before we start, let me check you as an audience, not check, like just to understand you better. Who are from you relocating people? I have some people who are either or in HR or line manager, yeah, and this one. And who are relocated people here? Wow, great. I hope your relocation process was smooth, but if not, please join us. We can share your pain, relocation. So, let's start with my presentation and just a few words about me. So basically, I'm Eugenia, as it's obvious from the slide, and I'm working for 15 years already. I've been working in digital marketing and project management until last year when I decided that I want to work with people more. And now here I am, employer brand manager at FX Pro Group, with my passion to make people happier with their work. And a bit more about our company. FX Pro Group is celebrating 17 years this year. And well, we have quite a successful history, and now we have more than 300 employees around among all our five offices worldwide. And yes, of course, international awards, a lot of clients, and so on. But let's go next to our offices. So you can see that we have a lot of offices, like 5 of them, in different countries. And of course, we are hiring and relocating people to these offices, but mostly, of course, to our headquarters in Cyprus, and especially about our IT segment, because we are all here on a product conference and speaking about product teams and so on. And I think a lot of you have noticed that Cyprus is quite attractive point for relocation, attractive place. And even during the last 2 years, from 2021 to September 2022, you can see that number of applications submitted to Migration Department has doubled. Of course, it's both influence of a new government strategy to attract talents and coupled with some global situations that we have, but still, a lot of people are relocating to Cyprus, and finally we have this conference here in Cyprus. It also means a lot because we have a lot of companies here and a lot of new people. But relocation could cost a lot to the company. First of all, because it starts with numbers. It could start with 2.7K per person or 5K if you're speaking about family. But it's not only about money. Any relocation requires a lot of efforts, not only from the employee, but the company in general and HR team as well. It's time, it's emotional resources, it's a project management resources, and well, does it worth it? We believe that yes. When done right, it can be a powerful growth point for any company. Why so? Why so? Yeah, we have at least 3 reasons why. First of all, relocation improves work-life balance of any employee relocated, almost any. Secondly, it increases their anti-fragility. And the third, it increases their expertise development. Sounds pretty good. Let's start with work-life balance. Mostly, we all are relocated from the northern countries. Northern countries means that we have to fight for our survival. We take a lot of supplements, we're doing stupid sport for our stupid mental health, we face grayness everywhere, starting from gray sky, gray weather, gray mood, gray faces. And then imagine you move to Cyprus. We don't have data exactly about Cyprus, but still, based on research studies published regarding the Mediterranean region in general, we can see that first of all these climate features, warm temperature, sunlight, outdoor activities, everything helps us to get in the better mood. But also, other studies show us that slower pace of life and living in small towns and rural areas, it helps us to build a stronger feeling of community. And feeling of belonging to community is also improves your mental health. And last but not the least, Mediterranean diet. You know all these fruits, vegetables, omega-3, and of course wine. Again, it improves your health, mental health, and health overall a lot. But what next? Communication, collaboration, and cultural development. Does really relocation leads us to develop our communication skills and cultural diversity AF? I mean anti-fragility, not what you thought about. So have a look at this picture. For those of you who don't know this picture, just make a mental note. What do you see here? This is our version of the famous Michigan fish test. During this test, people were asked to describe what they saw on the picture. And those who was raised in American culture, they described basically the main things that they saw, these fish. Those who were raised in Japanese culture described the picture as a whole, like with all the details, all the seaweeds, all the bubbles, all the frogs, and so on. Why so? Because this test is roughly explain us the difference between different cultural approaches. Difference between individual and collective approach to work, to collaboration, and so on. And basically, a lot of people, when they relocated to Cyprus or to any other countries, it's their first relocation. And living in their hometowns, home cities, and home countries, we basically used to have the same cultural context, the same history, the same jokes that we share without even thinking about it. But when you're moving to the different country, and when you're facing working with different people united by your company, you have to face the fact that there is a lot of different cultures, different approaches, and you have to adapt quickly to embrace it, to be ready to deal with different people based on their specific approaches to work, to communicate, and so on. And all of that, if done right, again, helps us to develop as quick as possible, to extend our communication and collaboration skills, and of course, to increase our ready to communicate and build strong working and personal relationship with people from different cultural backgrounds, from different countries, from different specifics. And I'm not even talking about the ripple effect, that because the more people are relocated, the more people know that people are different in general, the more borderless world we will have in the nearest future. And the third one, does a relocation lead to career and personal expertise development? Again, we believe that yes. First of all, for example, from the Eastern European countries, university graduates also love to work for international companies, at least what they told us. And why so? Because they want to have more opportunities, to better career chances, prospects, and opportunity to grow new experience. Again, we are speaking about people who were transferred from their comfort zone to the new country, to the new company, working with different people, and also they have to face the different tools, different methodologies, different working approaches from their colleagues. All of that, if the person is ready to change and grow, helps again acquire quite fast new approaches and develop their personal expertise, professional expertise, and enrich in their experience. So basically, that sounds too good to be true. Like, we're taking people, relocating from his native country, and immediately, like in a miracle, he starts feeling better. He develops his anti-fragility in cultural diversity approach, and also he develops his expertise. Yes and no. Because to achieve so, you have to make it work. People cannot change overnight, and people, when they are relocating, they are in a huge stress. That's why we believe that any relocation, any people who survive the relocation is very strong people. It's like the future of our society. And to make it work, to make out of this relocation a really growth point for the company, you have to make it work. You have to approach it as a project. We in HR facing projects every time, every day, and relocation is a project as any other, but is a much bigger project. And this is a project where everything could and will go wrong. Because when you're working with people, there is no such thing as like everything goes according to plan. Never. And I believe we all can share our real pain stories about some fuck-ups that happened during the relocation. But anyway, when you are doing relocation, you have to start with very first step, like making an offer, and then be sure that you are supporting your employee during the at least next 6 months, starting from purchasing tickets, help to find accommodation, arrange transportation to work, but then also helping them to deal with all this stuff that was so easy and natural for them in their home country, hometown, and so different here in Cyprus or any other country. It could be like medical appointments, of course visa arrangements, but also cultural approaches, cultural adaptation, and even dealing with different mentalities here at the office. So that's why we believe that company has to have certain people who will be dedicatedly support employees during this 6 months relocation period. That's the crucial thing to make relocation work and to make relocation a growth point for your company. And why it's worth it? Because it could increase loyalty, and probably it will increase loyalty. For example, here we have numbers by consulting agency, BGRS. They're helping companies with relocating or international assignments for their employees. And basically, we can see that from their respondents, those who had support from company during relocation or international assignments all of them showed the increase in level of satisfaction, level of engagement with their work, and level of loyalty. But you do not need all these, you know, like official numbers from some agency. All the good things like NPS survey, satisfaction survey, or even just talks and interviews with your employees will give you the clear picture if you're doing the relocation correctly, if everything is okay. But these numbers help us to show, without revealing our numbers, that relocation is really leads to increasing loyalty. Because, again, imagine you have people who were relocated from another country to the southern one with all this slow pace. Of course, slow pace could be sometimes painful, but still, slow pace, work-life balance, sun, wine. Then, different cultural approach, different mentalities around them that helps them to develop themselves and to adapt quickly and to grow personally and professionally. Expertise development, when they can face and experience new methodologies, new tools, and then meet in such conferences or meetups, because we have the small community here and everyone wants to meet and chat with each other, and it also enrich their experience. Loyalty grows, and basically when you have an employee that grows as a professional and also grows his loyalty, it will benefit not only the employee but also to the company, and it will make a boost for the company. Of course, it's not like a certain thing, but this is a fundamental thing. Without this relocation approach, even the best corporate culture probably won't survive if relocation went wrong and people are not happy after they joined new country in new company. So basically, it's everything that we want to share. We believe that relocation really leads to company growth when you invest in it. And since you invested in people when you hired them, let's make sure that you invest enough so they will stay with you, they will grow with you, and it will lead to boost of your company and of your employees. Hire, relocate, and grow. And if you want to share your relocation stories and just to talk about relocation, we will invite you to FX Pro Relocation Meetup in April. Join me on LinkedIn not to miss information and updates on it. Thank you, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, and thank you that you exist, because this is not just a presentation, it's about changing your life. So it's important relocating with or without family, and we're lucky to have you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us.
So, questions. We have 5 minutes for questions. Anyone? Yep.
Oh, finally, thank you.
Yeah, we have the microphone. Lina is, yeah, okay.
If I want to relocate in another country because I am from Cyprus, there is an opportunity.
Well, I can say for sure that we're relocating people for Cyprus to the London office, for example. Come to our stand, to our area, grab some coffee, and we will discuss it.
Excellent.
Any more questions? Yes, please.
Yes, please. Microphone is coming.
Thank you very much. My name is Daria. My question is, what is your top 3 favorite problems of relocating people? Like, because I'm developing my product of sharing assistance for the people who are relocated. And sometimes they need to be physically in the place during the working hours. I think it is the most important, and it is difficult to do this with with another person.
Well, I think, of course, my colleagues could elaborate a lot of favorite problems during relocation, but for me, I think the first one is there is not such thing as a common questions in relocation, especially in terms of all this paperwork, because every people is specific. We, for example, could relocate a family with 2 Dobermans, Or, for example, people who didn't tell us, just forgot to tell us about their, criminal record in their past. And then we have to somehow deal with them imprisoned in Israel during their stopover. So, difficult to say the top 3, but first of all is documents, and secondly is helping with adaptation during cultural adaptation here in Cyprus, and secondly it's families, because also we're relocating an employee, and of course they has a spouse, and not usually they have ability to work here in Cyprus, I mean enough of expertise or their education good enough for working here, but we still have to support, at least morally, and create a good environment at work, so even with all these difficulties, people will feel themselves safe here in Cyprus.
Thank you. Any more questions? We still have some time. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Victor. We are IT community here, so IT much more global, and why do we actually need to move someone to other countries when we can hire someone from whatever country we need? So that's the question.
It's a good question, and basically we hire people on site, remotely, and some of them we are relocating. It's always based on requirements to certain position. And even if we hire people remotely, we usually arrange frequent business trips to our headquarters or to the office with, where people are more working with. Because I'm a huge fan of remote working. I'm a huge fan of dealing with everything via Zoom, Skype, Slack, whatever. But I had to admit, especially since I started working with HR, that sometimes face-to-face meetings, at least for 1 week or even 3 days, helps to boost understanding inside the team. So yeah, we don't need to relocate everyone, and we're happy with it because it requires a lot of money and a lot of paperwork, and Cyprus, I think, also has its limits in welcoming new people. But when you're relocating, you have to be sure that it's done right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Evgenia. Thank you very much. So next is me. Hi. Yeah, change microphone. This is for the speaker, so I'm going to take this one. So, my name is Konstantinos Kareklas. I'm coming from Alter Agility, my own startup for the past couple of years. And today we're going to talk about organizational agility. I'm going to start with a question. Who wants to change? Who wants to change things? Perfect. You change with that person there. You change with the other person there. So, did anything happen? Did anything change? No. This is what happens when you try to solve a problem being part of the problem. So you need to think different. You need to perceive your products not as money generators, but as solutions. And eventually money will follow. And I need the switch, yeah. So what we're going to see today, we're going to cover together, and I'm going to share with you some insights. Why organizational agility is important for organizations. I'm going to share some data from the industry. And then I'm going to walk you through the journey of assessing and evolving organizational agility in organization by sharing insights from a real-life example. That was my most recent case study that happened in 2022. The first reason why we need to evolve organizational agility is because things constantly change. How what amount of change can you, our company, absorb? Don't answer it now, but just think, how much of a change can you absorb? Do you have the agility, the flexibility to adapt to the recent market changes? Most recently, we see some developments. Banks are collapsing, stocks are falling, the industry is being affected, things are changing. So can we cope? Can we absorb that amount of change? Do we have enough data to predict? And how fast can we respond to change? They say that the bigger the ship is, the slower will turn. And this is actually just a myth. I was involved in one big project that a company of 2,500 employees, within 45 minutes, the information was traveling from the operational level to the C-level and back. You just need to rethink the way you work. You need to see, how can I change or evolve in such a way so I can respond fast to these changes? We're living in a very complex world, especially in the fintech industry, in the forex industry. Many regulations, a product that we may launch may not be legal in one country, does not comply with the regulations of Y country, and so on and so forth. So we need to take everything into consideration. Do we have what it takes to understand all the structures that are being involved, especially for companies that are global? And last but not least, and this is actually where the fatal crash usually happens, we have unknown paths. Do we have enough data to take the right decisions? Forget about the data pro-COVID period. Things changed. People changed the way they think. So we need to collect those data. And those data, they change on a daily basis. So taking into consideration all these four aspects, it's like, you know it differently maybe, it's what we called the VUCA world. So this is the VUCA world we are living. And we need to find ways to change. And why we need to change, this is some statistics coming from the Standard Group, the Chaos Report. It happens every year. This one is from the 2020s, comparing, after interviewing thousands of project managers, product managers, and companies in the States. And they came up with these results. We can see that traditional projects, they have success 26%. And those companies that evolve their agility, they managed to increase their success to 42%. Now, the failure is not only losing money, but it's also losing opportunities. If we fail to deliver something on time, if we miss the deadlines that the market sets, and not internal deadlines, then we're losing a lot of opportunities and money. Why companies seek for agility? And these data are coming from the State of Agile report, and I can assure you from my experience in the field that this is usually the reasons why I'm being called in a company to do the transformation. They need to accelerate the time to market. The pace is so fast, things are growing and changing so rapidly that we need to increase the time to market. We need to accelerate. We need to have predictability. We need to lower the risks. So how do we mitigate the risks when we say we have a new idea, let's productize it, and let's deliver it by X time? How do we mitigate the risk? What are the mechanisms we have in place to mitigate the risk? Now, if you choose to evolve your agility, you need to know that many things can go wrong. And many people can say that this is not for me. Call it Scrum, call it Kanban, call it XP, anything you want, name it. It's not for me. Why? Because some things obviously are not being done correctly. And this is usually most of the reason the what and the why is not clear. Don't forget you're dealing with human beings. Don't ignore the human factor. We all want to understand what we are doing and why we are doing. We all want to understand how we are contributing towards the company's direction. Where do we fit in the big picture? And it's really important. We need to motivate. We need to keep people involved and engaged. These are some practices that are challenged, with the number one coming the company culture. Many times I get the complaint, you know, the culture in this company, I'm not quite sure if it's going to work. Culture, it's a result of the system. So this is how the system works. So we get to hear that a lot of times. And the system is a result of the structure of the company. So the way the company is structured, it creates a system that cultivates the culture. So in order to change that, we need to go back to the structure and start making evolvements. I usually avoid the word change because everybody fears when they hear the word change. What's in it for me? Am I going to keep my job? Am I going to be here after this change? Do I have to change my habits that I was doing for the past 5 years, 10 years? Why do I need that? And so on and so forth. So you create resistance. So you need to find ways how to keep resistance level at low levels. And these are just some impediments that could slow you down. Usually I get the question, but the way we set up the product, we cannot have cross-functional teams. So how this is going to work? And the response to that is that we need to go even back. Set again the backlog in such a way that will support cross-functional skills, and then set up the teams around it to be able to deliver autonomously, without interruptions, and fully focused. And encourage and empower automation so you can deliver continuously, why not on daily basis. Now, how do we assess and evolve the agility of a company, of a huge organization or a small organization? It doesn't really matter as long as they have problems and they understand why they need to solve them, why they need agility. So we start from assessing the organization. So we start assessing 12 components of the whole organization. And we set up this chart, which is a heat map actually, which on the vertical one, we have the strategic importance of the organization and the strength, how weak or strength is this component. And we focus on this area. So the most important components which have the lowest power or the most of the problems, we identify them here. So this is how we prioritize the initiatives that will eventually become opportunities. Then we do a gap analysis. Where do we want to go? We set the vision, okay? Which doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight. It's going to take time, but we need to have a vision there. And then we set the strategy. And at this point, leadership gets involved. Following this, we always face 4 mega issues. Now, we'll ask you to ask yourselves these questions. Prioritization, this is #1 mega issue that we face in the companies. Does your company suffer from the everything is urgent culture? Mega issue #2, working product. Does your company suffer from missing the deadlines? Yeah? A lot of other questions. How do you do estimations, planning metrics, so on and so forth. Mega issue #3, organizational refactoring, especially for startups that scale, grow. They forget to grow the knowledge. They forget to grow the experience. They grow only in number of people. And that gives us a result of building silos. And if that silo is on sick leave or vacation, and if this guy is married, usually they get divorced because they cannot do vacation. And the wife is like, leave the phone, let us have some fun. But they can't. They're suffering. And this is called employee burnout. All right? So this creates lengthy and dysfunctional processes. How do you refactor your company as you go along the way? In the agile world, we call it kaikaku. It's a revolution change, a revolutionary change. We have the Kaizen, which is small improvements. And at some point, eventually, when we reach to a point that we know that we have red flags for silos, for any issues that will give us lengthy and dysfunctional processes, then we kaikaku. Then we revolutionize again the company. And we grow. And last but not least, culture. I would like to highlight this. Us and them, accounting and compliance, developers and testers, finance and marketing. Us and them. At the end of the day, they are all part of the same company. If you fail, I'm failing as well. If you succeed, I will be successful as well. So we need to build a team of teams culture. And if we go on the other side, I usually get from executives, they don't care. I'm telling them, this thing needs to be done by that day. Okay. And that day never comes. There is a lack of accountability. Why? You need to make a culture analysis to find why your employees are behaving like this. There is always a way out. I'm going to show you the challenges of this is due to confidentiality. I cannot disclose the name of the company, but these were the challenges when they called me in. It's a company of 300 employees, approximately. So people were working on multiple projects. Each member was a team, a lot of delay, no predictability, delays, and so on and so forth. So these were mainly the challenges that we started. How did we address these issues? We set up the leadership teams. So we have two types of leadership. We have the leadership in the organization, and we have the leadership of the organization. Now, what's the difference? Leaders in the organization are the hands-on people, that they lead the teams by being part of the teams. And the leaders of the organization are the people that expect results, but at the same time empower you to give these results. And I'm going to give you an example. A product owner is accountable for the product, delivery, quality, right? I'm the CEO, and you're the product owner. And I'm telling you, I need this product by that day with this quality, et cetera, et cetera. We have an agreement. So you take it on you. After 3 weeks, I come and tell you, look, drop that priority, put this one. Why? Because I'm the CEO. You have to do it. And then I make another change. I don't let you do your job. I'm paying you to do your job, but I'm not letting you. So eventually, when we miss the deadline and we have low quality, it's your fault. So, yes, he's accountable, but is not empowered. So this is what we need to understand. The leaders of the organization need to empower people to be accountable. We focused on 3 key variables internally on the organization: people, process, product. Who is your customer? Internal and external. How do you achieve results? What is the process? How do you measure your work streams? How do you identify the waste? You're throwing money in the dustbin on a daily basis. How do you do that? And most importantly, what do you make? And I would like to add, why do you make it? And then we equipped the leaders with the 6 leadership levers. Now, I need to mention here that the 6 leadership levers are coming from the Scrumming practices in the field, from many years in the field, and from John P. Cotter, that is actually expert in the field of change management. First one, operational excellence. So we equip the leaders towards that direction in the organization, of the organization. We do competitive analysis, competitive positioning, and we need to seek continuous improvement. Usually the response I get from CEOs is like, perfect, this is what we want. And then I go, we need to embrace failure. What do you mean? Failure? You don't improve unless you fail forward. You need to reflect. So you need to embrace failure. Of course, you need to stop any fatal failures. Number 2, customer centricity. Based on statistics, only 25% of the product features are useful to your customers. The rest of it just exists or is dark work. So, check your priorities. Work closely with the customer. Develop your product with the customer, not for the customer. With the customer. Influence and control. And usually when I say control, in an agile way of working, people are looking at me, but there is no control. It's only in traditional. No, there is control. It's not a chaos. And trust me, in an agile environment, the discipline is much more than a traditional environment. So we need to decentralize decision making. We need to accelerate decision making. Behavior and mindset, and this actually also touch the recruitment. Do we recruit talents or experienced people? We need to choose which way do we want to go. Does this person fit in the team? One of the companies I was working with, the team itself was doing the interviews, providing feedback, and then the hiring manager was just giving the green light. Or if there is a serious reason, was a red light. Productive conflict. Now, we avoid babysitting here, and we want to avoid babysitting. We don't want to report every now and then to the manager, then the manager will call the other employee, and then go back, and then so forth. We let the people resolve their conflict by themselves. They are grown-ups. They know how to do it. Give them the tools to do it. Encourage them, empower them. And last but not least, the strategy deployment, which actually you set up this by collecting all the feedback from the previous 5 levers. And over here, a vital role, both agile leaders of and in the organization play a vital role. Now, these are the results we achieved initially with the company I mentioned at the beginning. After 4 weeks data, we said that we're delivering on month 8 and 9. All right? The deadline was month 7. So we knew from the first 4 weeks that we are about to fail after 7 months. Amazing. We don't reach the 7th month to find out that we are not delivering. We know it from now. After working with the people, coaching, guiding, mentoring, after 8 weeks, we accelerated. And after 12 weeks, we even delivered earlier. Prioritization of the product was a vital part of this. Teamwork, HR was involved, highly involved, transformed to people operations, being reactive, being proactive, not reactive. Metrics. These are the metrics we maintained. So we built a beautiful dashboard for the management and the leadership, and they knew what was going on in the company with numbers. The happiness, the planning, EMPS, capacities, impediments, so on and so forth. And the benefits, better decision making. Because I know, and this is how we achieve the acceleration. I told them, resolve this impediment and you will accelerate by 7%. After 3 weeks, we saw the acceleration of the 7%. It's numbers, it's data. Reflection and improvement and transparency at all levels. This is the result, well, few of the results. Process efficiency of the way that the team was working from 11% to 37% in 3 months. And the engineering ratio, the focus, increased from 23% to 60%. I mean, think that this company was paying someone a full-time role and 67% of his time was not actually productive. It's a big waste of money and opportunities. And we managed to achieve this by setting up cross-functional teams, trained and upskilled all team members, launched teams around the backlog, and we had high engagement from the executive team. Dependencies, we reduced the dependencies, we broke down the silos, and 37% was reduced and went inside the team, and reduced impediments by 63%. So a lot of things that was slowing down the team removed, identified and removed. Self-managed and autonomous teams, this is how we achieved it. We measured what slowed down the teams. We kept track and metrics. The team was maintaining this. The team was resolving this, not the manager. The manager was only involved in case that the team did not have the power to resolve it. Last but not least, ENPS, Employee Net Promoter Score. It shows how many of your employees entered the silent quit mode. From 19%, we raised it to 44%. And this is the explanation. We were close to excellent. Not many companies have scores above 80%. So the scoring goes from -100 to +100. And then you ask the people to answer one question. How likely is it for you to introduce your company to your friends and family? And they rate it from 1 to 10. 9 to 10 are the true loyal employees. 7 and 8 are the neutral ones. And 0 to 6, they entered already the silent quit zone. So we do the math, and we have the results over here. It's the simplest thing you can do. But if you do it, you need to have the answers. You need to have the way how to increase it. Don't just do it out of curiosity. Thank you very much. This is what I had to share with you. I hope it was useful and fruitful, and I hope I created also some questions to accept. Thank you. So feel free to shoot me. Yes.
A long way to run. About agility, yeah. Many years ago, when the development started, everyone used this a waterfall approach, and afterwards it was like trend about agility and so on and so on, and everyone really forgot about why the classic approach is worth on some projects. And do you have some impediments about your way of implementing? Because for some projects, actually it's better to use classic approach. That's it.
I couldn't agree more with you. We don't compete the waterfall approach. We actually give a solution to the companies And unless we have the why we need to change, we don't do anything. Waterfall, it's a perfect fit for companies that applies. Agility applies in companies that really want to move faster in the market. They need to solve some issues that they were unable to solve them with a waterfall approach. So we've done transformations, having teams and departments working waterfall, Kanban, and Scrum at the same time. The leaders here is the key, that they need to connect the dots. All right? Thank you. Yes. Here is mine.
Thank you. How would you, do you have any recommendations on how to integrate a front-end team that's working on Scrum and with the back-end team that's working in Kanban mode?
No. Because, as I said initially, if we change something with the current backlog or the current way that the backlog is being set up, it's like we are trying to solve the problem by being part of the problem. So we need to go a step back and set up the backlog in such a way that will support this. Currently, it doesn't support it. Do whatever you want. It won't support it, so you need to go back. Accept the failure, yeah. You need to accept the failures, otherwise it's like going against the river. So you need to accept. And you start small. So you want to see if this works. So you do a pilot period. You set up a cross-functional team focused on one product, and you start working on it. You bring some results. If that results are okay, and people love the way that they worked, then you move on and you grow, let's say, the agile bubble internally. So it's important to have in mind that you need to secure the sustainability of the organization. You cannot just go one day and change everything from day one. It will put at risk a lot of things. So, thank you very much. Last one. We still have 1 minute.
So thank you for your performance. My question about the reactive and proactive way. Could you explain this here? Because I mean, some more live example how to show the team that the proactive way is better and involve them to it, right? Because they are not defining the goals of development sometimes, when they just give it as it is and start doing something. But I agree 100% that proactive way to consider the future, I don't know, the problems or something, it's much better if the people who doing so, they could find it, highlight, and etc. if they interest into it.
Now, switching from reactiveness to proactiveness, it's a process that involves a lot of things in multiple layers. And what do I mean with that? For example, the prediction that I showed, the acceleration, at the first 4 weeks, we knew that we were going to fail to deliver the project on time. So this is how, it's one way how to be proactive. So you reflect this failure to the team. And then you ask from the team, guys, with this way that we currently work, we're failing. How can we change something so to accelerate? You try it out, you experiment, and you come back after 1 sprint or a specific period of time, and you see the impact in the metrics. And this is how you're being proactive. You get them involved, you show them, you reflect, and you take decisions. It's too general, I know, but I cannot be specific because every organization, it's unique like everyone else, because we are dealing with people, so people are different, so things are different. Maybe the problems are the same, but people are different. Thank you very much. So, I need to change microphone. I'm going to be the moderator now. In this speech, we will share a compelling case study about how we navigated the changing economic landscape and rediscovered the product market fit for the fintech product. Over the course of 3 months, we analyzed 12 countries and 24 segment audiences to identify the key drivers that impact product market fit in the industry. Our expert insights and strategies can help you regain your own product market fit in a changing environment. So please welcome Kristina Marinovic, coming from UX SSR, a director at UX SSR. Welcome. Stage is yours.
So how's the sound going? Good? Perfect, thank you. I was just at the Robbie Williams concert, so my voice is a bit low, so I hope I will survive this. My name is Kristina Marinovic. I'm the Strategic Management Director at the consulting firm UXSR. And today I'm going to discuss with you one of the most intense projects that we had recently. It's the segment on fintech, especially in crypto. And despite all the things that has been happening last year with crypto and the venture funds and venture capital, this is a story with a good end. So today we'll be discussing with you how we analyzed 12 countries in terms of the product market fit for the project and 24 segments of different types of investors and managers in the field. So, guys, can you help me with the clicker, please? So the backstory of the project was that it was one of the first projects in the crypto copy trading area in back 2015. So it was a very forthcoming project and was very, there were very good expectations about how we're going to work with that field. And the expectations were that they were going to be the first global product in this area. It didn't work out at that time. The team had huge experience in crypto and fintech. They were previously working in huge corporations. They have been launching their previous startups, but it didn't work out with the copy trading system, and I will tell you why in the future slides. So we started collaborating to 2021, and it was a very interesting project because it was just after the pandemic when a lot of people were starting to know about the passive income systems and about the crypto. It was a bit of the high at the moment, if you do remember that time. And the company trends at this time, paradoxically, were not working good. And against the market, actually the project was losing the money when other competitors were gaining them. So the marketing and communication wasn't quite effective. It was the ambition to be the global company, but the results in different markets in Asia and Latin America, they didn't provide the cash flow that was expected. And the market share product perception was very low. So our task was actually to discuss with the project leaders why it's happening and to understand who is actually the target audience of the product and what are their needs. Because when we first started discussing this project and this system, this actually platform, we've came to understanding that actually there was no competitors analysis and there was no project proposition related in terms of the different markets. So it was first launched in Switzerland and the continental Europe, and then the project was relaunched in Asia and Latin America with very little consideration about what are the market trends and what are the social trends with crypto in these regions. And so our task was actually quite ambitious because we did have to develop a single product to work in all these markets after all the changes that we would made. So how it started? The kickoff section with a new project is always like a bit of session with a new therapist when you discuss what are the problems, what haven't worked with you before, and what you're expecting to do, and what results are you looking for. So our first step was to actually gain the actual knowledge about the target audience, because we suppose that there are a lot of people that are quite interested in gaining passive income from the copy trading in crypto and overall in the investments, but we really didn't know who these people were, like what is their age, what is their marital status, etc. And we discussed that the project was built not based on the needs and actual research of the patterns of the audience, but based solely on the experience of the previous startups that these founders have launched, which is not a great strategy. And also, we would need to discuss what the competitors that have developed their product for 6 years by that time were doing and why they were communicating so successfully in comparison with the target rate that I'm talking about here. So the initial approach plan here was to select a certain amount of countries. We discussed 12 countries from different areas. It was Africa, Nigeria, India, Turkey, Vietnam, Thailand, UK, United States, Pakistan, South Korea, Canada, Indonesia, and Germany. The main reason why we picked these very, very different countries was because either there was already some crypto trades happening there, or they were even legalized like in Thailand by that time, or because it was very hype theme in the region, and a lot of people were trying to get acknowledged by that, and they tried to understand how it would gain them. And we discussed with the client that we would have to conduct the in-depth interviews and test our product and our products of the competitors on the actual audience. So our task was to really find those people that, like in Pakistan or in like Vietnam, they were using their crypto instruments that were quite illegal by the time in the country. So it was very CIA-like work, because we have to find them not in the dark web but close enough. And also we analyzed the competitors' features to see how they could influence our decisions and our products' UTPs. So in the process of developing these interviews and developing the product, we've discovered some new approaches for how we could evaluate the hypothesis of every product, and the result of that became some new methodologies that we are going to discuss later tomorrow on a workshop. And if you would like to know more about that, how we could evaluate the features of the product versus the needs of the customer versus the competitors' needs and actual market budget that you do have, you should visit our workshop tomorrow at 3 p.m. I guess. So how we did that? Our approach always is to educate the product team that we're working with. So we actually started to work very closely with the founders of the company, and we started to synchronize with them daily based on what data they were receiving from the traders, from the investors within the platform. Also, we were discussing with them how we could create the better delivery of the changes. And also in the meantime, when we're discussing what we're going to do, we were also educating them about how you actually build the product, because even though these founders, they had previous experience, most of their products were built because they thought they have a new idea, but they haven't really tested any of those ideas before. So this helped us to be sure that all the ideas and all the changes in the product that we're going to find by these interviews will be really implemented and will be happening later after we left the project. And as I said in the beginning, this is a successful story, because nowadays this company is not only very profitable, but they even have the Conor McGregor as their ambassador, which is very, very expensive, if you know who I'm talking about. So when we were discussing this project and these products with the target audience, we've developed a deep understanding of how different actually all these countries, all these regions are in terms of how do they make any financial decisions, how do they decide to invest overall, and how they try to invest in crypto. For instance, in Latin America, the copy trading is seen as the entry level in the investment overall, because most of the people there don't have a lot of financial education, they don't understand how the markets work. So for them, the copy trading is a good get-to-know scheme, how to understand how the markets work. And this works with them especially good with the crypto, because most of those people don't understand the nuances of the technology. If we talk about US and Europe, the understanding what is the cryptocurrency trading is much better, but they see the copy trading as an opportunity to earn money, to diversify their portfolio, because they're more used to do that in other instruments. So they don't want to waste a lot of time thinking about how they can do that, and they have no plans to actually develop a portfolio by themselves. So they just like to copy trade the existing specialist influences in the field. And if we talk about Asia, copy trading is actually an opportunity to make trading process and to save some time, because they're very good with what is crypto, because they usually use a lot of crypto in day-to-day trading and even in purchases like in Vietnam and Thailand. But they don't want to think about that. They just want to see that their numbers go up. So we actually had this map of the product perception, what is crypto and what is the copy trading crypto in different areas. And keep in mind that we would have to create one single project for all these regions. It is only 12 countries, and this project was expected to work in all the countries in the world, and there were 196 nowadays. So you can see from this map that different markets and different areas have very different perception of what the copy trading actually is and how they can benefit from that. And there are some areas that are very surprising, that were very surprising for us, because in Asia, it's the only region in the world within our research that understood what actually the blockchain was. Most of the people in UK and United States, they heard of that, like they heard what is gluten. But if you ask them to understand and to explain to you what is copy trading, what is crypto, what is blockchain, like if you ask them what is gluten, they didn't know that. But they were one of the most active users of the platform at the same time. A bit of ridiculous information, but it was interesting to know that. And for them, different areas of trust were very important. So for instance, for the United States, big base of managers didn't actually matter because they only look for the real statistics and real outcome of different strategies. If you talk about the Europe, for instance, they didn't care at all about the credibility or the profitability of the proposed strategies, because they are quite used in their field that most of their strategies, most of their company investment, stuff like that, are actually insured. So for them, that was something to be a pet project, and they didn't see that as a real income strategy. So when we discussed that, when we had these in-depth interviews, we've come to understand that actually there were two different target audiences. Yes, there were some people that were interested to copy some trades, but also, naturally, there were some people that were actually trading and whose strategies they're going to be copied. And before that, there was no actual presence of this target audience within the platform, because they were seen as the people that just trade successfully, and they were not characterized as some people that have special needs within the platform or within any product. So these managers, they are very important, because if there are no stars, no people who you can copy from, then who is going to follow? It's mostly like TikTok and Instagram in this field, though it's going to be about investments. And we had some regional insights that are very interesting to understand how any project, financial or otherwise, can work in the region. And I've placed some very obvious ones or interesting ones, but actually we found a lot more insights about the different regions, and they were quite surprising, because they characterize how people really think about their finances, about their technologies, and we actually use this data for many projects in the future. And currently we have another project with another company about the crypto trading and the crypto insurance. And this project was from the late 21st, and nowadays we're doing the same project evaluation within these countries. And I can say that actually it haven't changed a lot. It's changed a bit in these areas, in these countries where there was a bit of change in the regulation, for instance, but mostly these trends that we have discussed here, they are quite the same nowadays as well. So this maintains the idea that actually there are a lot of trends, there are a lot of things happening in the news, for example, and in the media, but real motivational behavioral data is very deep-rooted in the community. For instance, in Nigeria, they are very family-like in terms of every decision that they're making, even if they don't have the people in their family or in the circle of friends that are experts in some area. They go into the internet, they go into the massive global platforms, and they're looking for the answer. The ones that they pick from, they are not based on how many followers the person has, if he or she is an expert in the field. If he's a Nigerian or she is a Nigerian, they will follow what she's saying. So for them, that was very interesting and very important in decision-making about actually their finance future. And if we talk about India and Turkey, there were a lot of scam stories, so they are not very trusting to the new companies going into this area. And quite the same was with the Pakistan, because surprisingly, there were a lot of companies who were trying to create their own project in the crypto trading, but the aspect that we found quite interesting, that no Pakistani actually believed anything that Pakistani company was talking about in their communications. If there was a global company, then they would use this company platform to work and to copy trade there. But if it was a local company, they were trying to escape the platform as soon as they understood that this was a local company because of the lack of regulation and also because of a lot of scams that was happening by that time. And for instance, the South Koreans, they are the most risk-resistant people that we have ever discussed with the project, because their attitude basically was, well, if I lose money, then I will lose money. That's it. So if you want to have a project and develop it fastly, and you're looking at the Asian market, I would recommend to go to South Korea, because their ability and their love for novelty is unmatched in the region. And if you succeed there, you can quite easily go to other markets as well. So we also had the bit of the investor segmentation, because the beginners and experienced traders are quite different in their decision-making process. So the beginners, they're actually quite interested in everything, and they would follow anything that they look and see as quite trustworthy. If you talk about the experienced traders, they're actually looking for something that is going to make their time worth, basically, because they go to different platforms and usually they have different accounts on different platforms, but what they're actually looking for is very different within the markets. For instance, in the United States, they are actually looking for recognition, so they see these platforms and their followers as actual followers in Instagram or TikTok. So for them, it's more like a kickoff for their own career, and maybe in financial area or maybe media area. And for all other segments in the world that we've talked about, like Africa, Asia, Latin America, they see this opportunity just merely in terms of value for money, how much they could actually make from their followers and how can they successfully trade on the platform. So also we've done a bit of UX research, obviously, and we've developed understanding that surprisingly people use the desktop and mobile versions very differently, because for professional traders, or the ones that trade to say that they're professional investors, they really use only this desktop, and they only use the phone for notifications if something happens with their portfolio. And in terms of the investors that are the beginners, they were actually using this phone because they were constantly in contact with their portfolio, constantly looking for new information, what they're going to copy next. So actually, when we summed up everything, we understood that these regions are so different. These segments of audience are so different. So we tried to develop two different approaches for the design of the desktop and mobile. And we decided to go with the right methodology. And we did a series of rapid interactive testing and redeveloped the product in a session of 6 maybe interactions. And we used different respondents for the testing of the product than we used to the in-depth interviews. And the result was that actually we rearranged everything within the platform. And for those that would be quite concerned about the verification process, about the data, if it's trustworthy or not, we made the opportunity to skip the hints and also to validate yourself as an investor or as a manager. And we redeveloped how they could see and look at the charts, because before that they were very small, and when you look into trying to copy trade the portfolio and you see that the numbers are squeamish, you think instantly that that's something bad happening here, I cannot trust this platform with my money. Also, after all, what changed? We added information about the withdrawing funds, because obviously it's not very good for the platform when somebody goes and withdraws all the money, but it's necessary to make some peace with the people that only trying to do the crypto trading. Also, we added the information about the period of profitability of the portfolio that they're trying to copy, all the basic information basically that you can see in all the data on the financial data of the big banks, for instance, like Goldman Sachs, etc. And also we had the statistics on traders that users have bookmarked and followed, so it was actually looking a bit like a social platform as well. And what changed, actually? The product changed because we have redeveloped the desktop and mobile versions into different products that supported each other. And the mobile first was for the beginners that need to fast-track their decision-making process. And the desktop was made for the ones that have already experienced the copy trading, and they did understand what crypto trading overall was. And we focused the marketing team and the communication team on the need to educate people first in some regions, because a lot of people didn't understand what cable trading actually meant. And we introduced the trial period from up to 6 months, which was a huge decision for the company, because usually it's a month, maybe 2 months, and we've expanded to 6 months. And also we worked on the project on the website in the way that it was reminding of the traditional financial platforms that you can use, which also was helping with trustworthy issues for some new audience. It all happened very quickly. It was a project that we conducted for almost like 3 months or so. And we worked, as I told previously, as the co-founders service, because we implemented the attitude that we're going to educate the team of the project itself and help them understand their project better, and to change their mindset from we're doing something because we believe that is good to something tested on the actual users that are going to use the platform. And we added this with expertise in business strategy development and co-creation of the project that we have previously done. And also trying to invest in this idea that every project has to be client-centered and actually based on these insights that the users have. Because if you do that, you actually make a lot of more money with less investments, because word of mouth really works, because it doesn't only work in terms of that. If they're quite familiar with the project and they've seen this ads, for example, on Facebook or somewhere else, they're feeling quite trustworthy, so they're going to use less impressions per one person to actually become the user of the platform. But because in some regions, as I talked before, the only reason for you to gain the traction is if somebody within the family in Nigeria believes that you're trustworthy, and then it works as word of mouth, and you can actually use that in your communication. So about us, we're a consulting company from London, and we really have a lot of projects. It's a real number. Sometimes I get asked if it's a mistake, but yes, we have more than 5,000 projects completed in 6 years. And we spread around the world. I personally run the Hungarian office, and I have my colleague here from Germany, but we are headquartered in London. And as I discussed today, we have the regional expertise from Brazil, from Latin America back to Asia. And our approach is that we try to make every product based on the insight of the actual clients, and to develop this idea that everything has to be tested, and you shall never believe what you think, and your basic knowledge about any idea and about any previous expertise that you may have. So that's me. You can join me on LinkedIn, and you can ask us any questions if you have any right now or back on the email. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very fruitful presentation, very good insights, never heard of them.
Thank you.
It was quite useful. Time for questions. Anyone? Can I make one?
Yeah, sure.
About the co-founders as a service. I mean, it's something new for me, and I would like to hear more about that. I mean.
Okay, so our idea is that basically in many startups there's usually a technical founder that is responsible for building the platform, we say about digital services or something like that. And there is also some creative productive force, like CPO or something like that. And depending on the experience and if they already had some startups together or even separately, most of these co-founders, what they lack in terms of time and energy to spend on is to scale their business knowingly, because a lot of people, they create their own idea, and it may be even successful. They can get the investments, and in times when you go to the seed stage, you have to scale your business, and you either go to new segments within the country, within the region that you have already been, or you go to other countries. And this is the very crucial place where a lot of mistakes are happening and where a lot of startups die, because when you go with the same project to another region and you don't ask the client service team in these regions about what is actually happening on the market, and you just have this idea that your product will automatically work, then you fail, because sometimes even if you go to the neighboring country, it's very different, because even in Germany and France, yes, the neighboring countries, they are in Europe, but they're very different in terms of culture, in terms of decision making, and especially when you try to build a global company, you cannot just use this European-centric project and go to Latin America or Asia and just change the language. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, you need to localize. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you for the amazing presentation. It was so insightful. And I have quite a practical question that comes from the problem that I have at my current job so far. And I was interested to know about your maybe practical tips on working with stakeholders. So how to make like founders just get rid of their vision if you see that based on your research on what you've done, it's not kind of what works for the market, and you see that what they're going to do is not working. And so far I see that only when they face some practical results of that their vision is wrong is the time when they want to make any changes.
The honest questions to let them fail, basically, and this is what we actually do sometimes, because this company, why I talked about it, it was a very successful story in terms of the founders. They were open to listening to other opinions and actually listen to their users, because sometimes it happens like that. Even they do conduct the research. If they don't like the results, for instance, they say like, what you have been doing for the last 6 months is trash and nobody's going to use that. Skip everything and start from scratch. A lot of people that are building their own projects and there's very emotional connection with that product, it's very hard to accept this information and to say, okay, we'll starting from zero. So you have to give them a bit of time to process that. It was very good panel discussion today about the emotions, and if you have been there, there was a very good explanation scientifically how you can do that, like from psychological point of view. But to be short, here you have to give them opportunity to fail, because after all, this is their company and this is their money. In our area expertise, actually, there is like 25% of the companies that we work with, and we help them to relaunch their product market fit and to actually change what the company is doing. These are the companies that have contacted us a year or maybe 2 years before, and they didn't like the recommendations that we were just giving. And one of the good examples of that is the Dodo Pizza. Maybe you know this company. They were trying to go to the Britain markets like 5 years ago. They failed dramatically. They wasted a lot of money there. And we're actually starting to go there with us, because we have the London-based company and we have been working with different companies there already, but they decided that they can do this themselves. We said, okay, that's your choice, that's good. In 2 years' time, it was already the start of the pandemic, they decided to go again because they had to close the business there. They just cashed out and went to other areas. And this time it was successful because they knew that they have actually to listen to somebody else instead of themselves. So the short answer that is you have to give them as much information to think about as you could. Just still do this research, still provide them with the data, and try to make them see that these are not your interpretations, but this is actually the quotes of the people that could pay them for their project. If this doesn't work, just wait a bit, because sometimes it works out like that. In half an hour, or in half a month, they maybe come back. And because the venture capital market has drastically changed last year, I think this is a good idea to let them suffer a bit, because the sooner they understood that they have to change themselves and then they change the company, the better, but that's actually their choice. So I feel your pain, really, I do. And they can be very stubborn people, but it's okay, it's just time. It's very lame answer, I guess, but it's actually working like that because you're working with people and their motivation.
Sometimes people don't want to change unless there is no option to change. Absolutely,
yes, because it's like with the company, you have to change constantly to succeed, but those people that actually run in these companies, they forget that to change the company, they have to change themselves first. And especially when you had a very successful project before, it's so much harder to make yourself listen to other people because you have success stories. In this case, these co-founders, they were having different backgrounds. So some of their projects were successful, some they were not. And really how a lot of successful people tell the best thing you can do for yourself is to fail. I totally agree with that, because without failing first, understanding why you failed, you cannot build a successful company after that.
Yeah, thank you, Christina, for your performance. One part which I like is about the regions, nuances. It's not about my question, but just I want to highlight that. I heard in Egypt there is a nuance that even you're pretty rich, you couldn't use more than 1,000 a month of dollars. So it's a just nuance, and I agree that each region has very specific. So, but my question was about, you mentioned RIT methodology, you call it rapid iterative testing.
Yes.
And it mentioned like speed testing and redevelopment. So for me, redevelopment means it's you're spending money for nothing, because you develop something and you redevelop. So it's like losses. And also it's, for me, it means maybe like A/B testing. So could you just expand what
yes,
what is why it's rapid? What is the speed testing?
Okay, so the A/B testing is when you make one change in the product, in the MVP, in the landing, whatever you're testing, and you test it on different segments of the same audience at the same time. And you see how these results contradict and which option is better. With Right, you do quite different thing. You go with very, is it okay? You go with very short interactions. You may change one thing, you can change more things in every test. And what you do is actually, you launch MVP, for instance, if you're starting from that. You get the information, something is working, something is not, based on statistics, based on the analytics and stuff like that. And then you change something in this product. So how you go? You don't go into full production mode. You go and make another set of interviews. So you make a product, you show how you asking the person to use this product, and you listen to the feedback, and you use a different expert. You can not only do the in-depth interview, you can use the technical analyst based on how they use their computer mouse or something like that. And you see where the challenges for the user at this time, and you change this part. So the point is not to relaunch the whole product. You don't start with MVP and then the second MVP and stuff like that. You go from one characteristics and then you change that. Then you go back to testing with the same audience or some new people within the same segment. And then go like that with very short interactions. The goal here is that you, with rights testing, you go rapidly, like one day of change something. If it's taking more time, you don't do that. Then you go one day of testing, and then you go, this third day is for analyzing the data, and then you go again. You go like create a new version, testing, and evaluating the analytics. With A/B testing, usually you use that when you have to go through a lot of amount of people. With Right, you use like 2 or 3 responses maybe, but they have to be very good within the segment. Yes. From real users, yes.
Just 2 of several responses.
2
Statistically,
is
doesn't mean
simplification,
nothing.
yes.
You need thousands people.
No, you don't need those.
I mean, for A/B test. Yeah.
No.
Sometimes you need 1,000, and you see just 1% of change. Yeah?
The
In
point
some
is
metric.
that when you use Right and you use A/B testing, you test different things. For A/B testing, you usually use to analyze the conversion data or the percentage of people leaving the page or something digital. With Right, you actually test the behavior of the people, how they're actually working with the platform in this case. So it's not about how long they spend on the page, or do they actually understand what is happening on this page. So it's quantity versus quality testing, more like that. And if you do the quality testing, like in-depth interviews, yes, maybe ideally you would have to like have 100 in-depth interviews, but it's very time-consuming, and it's really a hardcore investment in terms of value for money. So usually you use like 4 people or 6 people for segment. Like for instance, like if you're testing digital service, for instance, for the delivery. You make very micro segments of audience, and you find 5 or 6 of them, and you use this data from the in-depth interview to compare them with other segments. So it's a different approach. Here you need to rapidly understand your audience because you didn't have any analytics, any data before that. You just really need to understand who are those peoples and what are they actually doing on the platform or what they would like to do on the platform. With the A/B testing, it's usually about the conversions, basically, how they're going to use the product further.
Thank you, Christina. Any questions? Last but not least. A la une. No? Thank you very much, Christina. Christina will be with us, so feel free to reach out. Thank you very much. Now it's time for coffee and networking. Please join at the main room, gather up so we can catch up. Thank you very much, everyone.